Is this where we left off yesterday? I think so. I think where we were yesterday was there was that like quick flashback, right, in a way where Mayuri taught Kagari the song, and yes, it was stuck in my head for a very long time. And in that flashback, Mayuri disappeared. So Kagari, clearly, even though she remembers nothing, period, nothing of her childhood, nothing until very recently, still remembers that song that Mayuri taught her. So let's see what's going on here. I wet a towel at the sink and put it on Kagari's forehead as she lay on the sofa. She looked like she was having a nightmare. Her breathing was shallow and pained. She still wasn't awake. That's 2 PTSD patients in the story. One is Okarin and one is Kagari.
大丈夫かな?
But interestingly, in this world line, from based on what we saw in that very short flashback, is that there does not appear to have been. I'm like using past tense, but it's in the future. There will not be. Okay, how do I put this? There hasn't been a World War III in the future. English is confusing.
どうだろうな.
She just collapsed out of nowhere after all. It happened about 5 minutes ago when she'd arrived, and then immediately collapsed. Daru and Mayuri and I had somehow managed to get her over to the sofa.
つうかさ、濡れたタオルを額に置くのって高熱で倒れた人の場合の処置じゃね?
It's true, but maybe her multiple brain cells are buzzing, so they need to calm down. From this point forward, but also before. Exactly.
かがりったん熱はないっぽいじゃん。これ気絶した人にも効果あるん?
Don't question it, Daru. It works. That's what people always do in anime. It works.
仕方ないだろう。他に何をしていいのかわからないんだから。
Neither Daru nor I had the knowledge required to handle the situation. But since Kagari had no insurance card and no residency certificate, taking her to a hospital felt like a bad idea. All we could do was wait for her to wake up.
Mama.
I heard her whisper something.
今ママって聞こえた。
We both put our ears closer to her mouth.
いや、行かないで。ママ!
She suddenly jerked upward. The two of us just barely managed to avoid getting a headbutt.
危なかったよ。あ、いや違う。かがりたんとのラッキースケベチャンスを逃したんだよ。
Daru? No.
バカ！僕のバカ！
I ignored Daru, good, who was bashing his head against the floor in frustration, and spoke to Kagari.
大丈夫か?
岡部さん。
Kagari seemed confused, and it took her a moment to realize that she was lying on the sofa.
私、寝てたんですか? どうして?
覚えて ないのか？
ラボに来た途端マユシを見て気絶したんだよ。
まゆりさんを？
I realized that her tone has changed since the word line switch. More precisely, it had switched. It was back to how it was when I first met her.
君はまゆりが口ずさんでいた歌を知っているようだった。
歌？そうです。あの歌、私あの歌知ってるんです。どこかで聞いたことがあって、ずっと昔、子供の頃に。
おお、来たこれ。これマジで記憶回復フラグなんじゃね？
まゆりさんはどこに？あの歌のこと教えてもらわなきゃ。
Her eyes darted around the lab.
まゆりはメイクインのバイトがあって君と入れ違いに出て行ったよ。
かがりたんのことすごく心配してた。
本当にごめんね。今日はランチタイムだけバイトを頼まれてて、どうしても行かなくちゃダメなの。おかりん、ダルくん、かがりさんのことお願いね。そうですか。
他に何か思い出したことはないか？どんなことでもいいんだ。
他に。
She put her hand up to her forehead so she could think. Something about the forehead.
う
But then she shook it softly.
ダメです。他には何も。歌のことも知っているのは確かなんですけど、誰から聞いたのかとかそういうのは全然。
かがりたんさ、今気絶してる間夢見てなかった？
夢ですか？
うん、うなされてたからさ、ママって呼んでた。
ああ、起きた時も叫んでたな。
私そんなことを。
歌がトリガーになって何か記憶が蘇ったりしてないかなって。
Funny that she had a dream with Mayuri in a world that wasn't destroyed. Yeah, it is. I guess we also don't know if it's her sort of faint recollection of her buried memory or erased memory, or if it was just a dream.
ダメ、思い出せません。確かに何かの夢を見ていた気がします。とても大切な夢だったような気がするんですけど。
そうか。
すみません、ご迷惑をおかけして。
What? You're the victim of it all. Why are you apologizing? But both Daru and I knew this was a big step forward. She knew the song that Mayuri was singing, and she said she learned it when she was a child. That could have been in the future, before she had gotten in the time machine. Which meant that there could be only one answer. It was the future Mayuri who taught Kagari that song.
おかりん、ひとまずマユシに聞いてみるのがいいんじゃね？
そうだな。バイトはランチタイムだけって言ってたから、タイミングを見計らってメイクインに行ってみるか。
Mayuri didn't tell us where she learned that song from, right?
私 私も行きます。
Kagari quickly stood up off the sofa.
落ち着いて。今すぐ行くわけじゃない。もう少し休んでいた方がいい。
そうですね。すみません。
And then her stomach rumbled. I thought it was me. Good.
Oh.
腹が減ったのか。カップ麺ならあるが。
あとはマユシが買いだめした唐揚げとかバナナとか。
Daru. Sacrilegious. How could you offer Mayuri's karage and bananas without her permission? Especially the karage. You know how she feels about them.
バナナいただきます。
You seemed embarrassed.
お帰りになさいませ、ご主人様。
Mayuri is our hostage, but she also buys her own food. So questionable. Master. When we opened the door to make Queen Plus Nyan Nyan, the usual cat-eared maid was there to welcome us.
あ、おかりん。かがりにゃんもお帰りにゃさい。こんにちは、フェイリスさん。おにゃー。おかりん、最近来るたびに違う女の子を連れてくるにゃ。奥義を極め、リア充大学生のオーラをまとう能力を身につけたという話は本当だったのかにゃ。
Now it's just the power of protagonist.
そんなんじゃない。マユリを迎えに来たんだ。そろそろバイト上がりの時間なんじゃないかと思ってな。
マユシーは今日キッチン担当だったのにゃ。
キッチン。
Uh-oh, we know what that means, right? That's bad news for everybody involved.
今日はランチタイムのメイドちゃんたちの人数が足りなくて、
For lunchtime.
この時間だけマユシーにもお手伝いしてもらったのにゃ。
なあ、マユリに料理をやらせて大丈夫なのか。
本人はやりたがってたけど、お皿洗いに集中してもらったにゃ。
Okay, good. She's not touching the food creation process. That's what matters. That was first for you. She knew exactly who belonged where.
もう上がってもらったから、今は着替えてる頃にゃ。
じゃあ外で待ってるって伝えておいてくれ。
了解にゃ。
We waited down below for a bit before Mayuri came out.
おかり、かがりさん。ごめんね、迎えに来てくれて。
Interesting. So the Japanese transliteration is sorry for having you come over to get me. She's apologizing.
かがりさん、大丈夫？
As soon as she got out of the store, Mayuri ran out and gave Kagari a big hug. She had a worried look on her face as she peered into Kagari's eyes.
ありがとう、まゆりさん。もう大丈夫。よかった。バターンって倒れちゃったからびっくりしちゃったよ。心配かけてごめんなさい。でもどうして2人して迎えに来てくれたの？
お前に聞きたいことがあってな。さっき 口ずさんでいた歌についてだ。
I repeated the conversation I had at the lab for Mayuri.
というわけで、その歌をどこで覚えたのか教えてほしいんだ。
マユシーはすずさんが歌っていたのを聞いたの。
Huh? Okay, so does Suzuha learn it from Mayuri? My brain is breaking. Also fun that in this game the writer explores the relationships between character and different routes. Yeah, I like that how they highlight really it's not all about Ocarina anymore. I mean it is, right? It is, but it's also not. We give the complexities of each character and the depth of each character's the spotlight that they deserve, which is wonderful. I love it. And I think it's kind of nice that we're doing the alternative routes that, you know, before the true ending, because I feel like every route that we go down to sheds more light on the characters' inner workings, their inner thoughts, and, you know, it gives another layer of dimension.
Suzuha が？
マユシーはバイトが終わった後、よくラボでお勉強してるんだ。雨の日はね、すずさんが部屋の中でトレーニングしてるのです。腹筋とか腕立て伏せとか。
That's a very Suzuha thing to do.
それでね、トレーニングが終わるとシャワーを浴びるんだけど。
Is this where we're gonna get our second shower scene of the game?
出た後は髪を乾かしながら窓の外の雨を見てるの。ずっと。
For us being like in the second half of the game, the shower counter is still stuck at 1 is a little disappointing, perhaps.
その時にね、いつもこの歌を小さく口ずさんでるんだよ。なんていう歌なのかはすずさんに聞いたことはないんだけどね。
Gordian, I think that's roughly the idea, but perhaps there are, I don't know. They couldn't have just like given us the answer, right, of this route right now. There must be something there. Maybe there's another person involved. I'm curious to see.
なるほど。
So maybe it was a song from the future then. Like a song that was popular with people in the 2030s, maybe? Maybe Kagari learned it at the same time that Suzuha did.
それなら次は鈴葉に当たってみるか。
そうですね。
ここまで来たんだ。最後まで付き合うよ。
Isn't it such a nice change of pace now that we have time to investigate the source of a song? Instead of like, we don't have time. Let's go to the next world line and try to save the world.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
Well, well, well. Isn't this Tom gracing us with his presence? How are you? Good morning. My relationship with Suzuha was probably still pretty strained in this world, but she would probably help me get Kagari's memories back. Oh, that's right. Suzuha's still pissed at us. Yep.
一度戻ろう。鈴葉はブラウン管工房で店番してると思う。
マユシーも一緒に行く。
Living the life, first to the top as usual. Good. It's like Back to the Future when the guy goes back to the past, plays John B. Good, and Chuck Berry's cousin hears it. Yep. I think I need to watch that movie again. Mayushi.
まゆりさん、いいんですか？
The original Inception. I have seen it before, but... And I know the plot, but it's just... It's been so long. Mayuri gave a cheerful answer and then started to fidget as if she were embarrassed for some reason.
ね、うまく言えないんだけど、かがりさんを見てると、なんかしなきゃっていう気持ちになるのです。
The motherly instinct?
守ってあげたいとか、助けてあげたいとか、そういう気持ち。
So is she the mother goose?
なんでなのかな、不思議だね。えへへ。
Maybe it was the bond between a mother and daughter. It was going to be a long time before Mayuri became Kagari's mother, though.
それにね、思い出がないのって寂しいと思うから。
Oh.
まゆりさん、ありがとうございます。みんなで頑張ろう。
And so the three of us went back to the lab. Alright, Suzu.
あれ、すずさんの自転車がないね。
おかしいな。出る時にはあったんだが。
Just as we went to peek inside the Brontube workshop, Tenozu came out.
お、なんか用か？
鈴葉はいませんか？さっきまで店番してたと思うんですが。
ああ、あいつなら今日は上がったぜ。午後から用事があるとかでな。いつになく真面目な顔して出かけていった。
Oh? What does he sell? Beefcakes? I mean, you would think, one would think that it would be beefcakes, right? He sells old televisions, like CRTs and stuff, but it's all a cover-up.
何の用事かは聞いてますか？
Basically the same thing. Yes, indeed.
いや、バイトのプライベートまで詮索するつもりはねえからな。
That was all he said before he headed back into the shop.
すずさん、どこ行ったのかな。
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Can someone help me sort this out? I'm like losing track. Is this the world line where we brought Maho into the Brontube workshop for protection? It's not, right? Because we haven't had the attack yet? So has Suzuha always worked as a part-timer? Because I had thought in that world line, at least, that was the instigator that led Suzuha to work in the workshop. But maybe in this world line, she has always been a part-time? I don't know. Gosh, okay.
用事って何でしょうね。
No clue. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm like losing track of these multiple world lines that we've gone down. hoped it was nothing serious. I'll try Rhine. Oh. Nice. I think I've got a hint for Kagari's memories. There are some things I want to ask you. Where are you? Gogo curry. Kare.
Gogo kare.
I know what I want for lunch, son. Katsukare. Was she eating a late lunch? Was that important? Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea, Okarin. That's like incredibly important.
とにかく行ってみよう。
Oh, got it. Let's go. I'm hungry. I regret not eating. I mean, I wasn't hungry, but I regret not eating a big breakfast. You might hear my stomach rumbling throughout this game then. Snack break? No, I'm okay. I'm not hungry. I'm just drooling at the thought of curry. I shouldn't be eating when I'm not hungry. Oh, it's an eating contest. Why does that not surprise me at all? The silent slaughter. I hate to sour the mood, but it's the years of starvation and the years of food scarcity in the future. The goddess of curry.
名前に恥じない殺戮者っぷりだな。あの食いっぷりを見たら本職の殺し屋って言われても信じるね。
Have you seen that Japanese girl who eats a lot of food? It's not. I have seen like food eating contests, and it's actually terrifying. Suzuha, is it you?
優勝した静かなる殺戮者さん、おめでとうございます。
すごいな。
Dang.
すごいですね。
Kagari, you can do it too. I believe. Was this what Suzuha had been up to? The store had said she'd won 3 times in a row, and the customers seemed to know her. Did that mean she was a regular? Suzuha made her way over to us through the cheering crowds.
あれ ?3 人ともどうしたの？ごめん。さっきは大会の直前だったから、そっけない返事しちゃった。すごいね。あんな大皿のカレーをペロリと食べちゃうなんて。食べられるものは食べられる時に食べる。戦場で生き残るために必要な素養だよ。
Eat what you can, when you can. Yeah. Yukaki no Star began posting on her eating-focused YouTube channel since 2014, 5 years after her debut in Japanese competitive eating competitions. Kinosta uploads daily videos in which she eats anywhere between 5k and 23k calorie meals. That's terrifying.
戦場？ 私何か聞き間違えたんでしょうか。
気にしない方がいいと思う。
I wonder if she just have like really high metabolic rates. Like it is possible. There are people who are like naturally thin and has a lot of difficulty gaining weight. Much like the rest of us who have a lot of difficulty losing weight, right? Equally valid.
おじさん、それでかがりの記憶の手がかりって？
I explained what had happened so far.
私の歌聞こえてたの？
Oh, where are all these girls embarrassed by people hearing them sing?
もう言ってよ、マヨ姉さん。すずさんが歌ってるのすごく可愛かったから、教えたらやめちゃおうかなと思って黙ってました。
I don't know, I feel like the insecurities would still remain on the other side, you know?
意地悪だな。
それでその歌はどこで知ったんだ？
母さんだよ。母さんが歌ってたんだ。
I knew it wouldn't be like just an ABC recursive. Oh my god. Amane Yuki is another one. Gosh darn.
ユキさんが？
And gosh darn Lenia. Why is that it's now in my vocabulary. Gosh darn.
ゆきさん？
Forever. Yes.
鈴葉さんのお母様もゆきさんとおっしゃるんですか？
Your mom's name is Yuki-san too? Wait a second, what? Huh? Daru?
あ、
Oops.
いや、そうじゃない。ユキさんのあだ名が母さんなんだ。
Oh, okay.
そうそう、そういうこと。ついあだ名で呼んじゃうんだよ。
Who let Lenia in here? So you know how like the door to this channel does not exist to Lenia.
そうなんですか。それはどういう由来で？
Oh, maybe she wasn't making a connection to her mom, but just that she knows Amane Yuki. Okay, I see.
ごめん、その話はまた今度。おじさん、ちょっとこっち来て。
Suzuha and I stood a little away from Kagari.
さ、よく考えたら母さんのことは別に隠さなくてもいいんじゃない？
記憶が戻らない可能性もあるんだから言わない方が賢明だと思うけどな。
そうか。私としてはそれは避けたい結末ではあるけど。
Tom, are you going through like the 5 stages of grief? You'll get there. Who knows? Ghostbot may come back one day, right?
それでその歌をユキさんから教わったっていうのは未来での話だよな。
もちろん。母さんが料理を作りながらよく歌ってて自然に覚えたんだ。
I was getting confused. So what was going on here?
子供の頃のかがりは鈴葉かユキさんからその歌を教わったということか。
それはないよ。かがりがまゆ姉さんの養子になったのは母さんが死んだ後だから。私も人前で歌ったことなんてないんだ。かがりに聞かせたこともない。
Okay, so the order is Yuki to Suzuha to Mayuri to Kagari so far. That's the loop so far. But where did Yuki learn it from?
あの頃は生きるのに精一杯でそんな心の余裕なんてなかったからね。無意識に口ずさんでるなんて自分でも知らなかったくらいなんだ。
I didn't have time to sing. That's rough.
かがりがこの歌を子供の頃に覚えたんだったらそれはまゆ姉さんから教わったんだと思うよ。
そうか。
Which meant Kagari learned it from Mayuri, who learned it from hearing Suzuha hum it, and Suzuha learned it from Yuki, her mother.
なら次はユキさんに当たってみるか。
Follow the yellow brick road.
なんだか伝言ゲームめいてきた。
And yet, it's incredible that we can play this right now. Let's go. But even so, if we kept at it, we were sure to learn the truth eventually.
私はタイムマシンの整備もあるし付き合いそうにないな。かがりのことよろしくね。
あ。というわけだ。
I explained to Mayuri and Kagari what I learned from Suzuha. Of course, since I couldn't tell them about the future, I skirted around that part of the story.
そっか。じゃあ次はユキさんだね。
まゆり、連絡取ってもらっていいか。
わかった。
Mayuri took out her phone to call Yuki.
出ないな。
She is never answering. This is why I don't completely trust her yet. She never answers. She shows up randomly to the lab without knocking, and then she also gets hurt where the suspect should get hurt.
LINE 送っておくね。
Mayuri gave up on calling her and sent her a message on Rhine.
これで OK だよ。なんだか大ごとになってしまってすみません。
No, you don't understand, Kagari. This is such a welcomed distraction.
気にしなくていいよ。それにね、まゆしーはかがりさんとこうしてお散歩できて楽しいのです。
Oh.
ありがとう。私もまゆりさんとお話ししながら歩いているとなんだかゆったりした気分になれるんです。ああ、それまゆしも一緒だ。私たち気が合うのかもしれませんね。へへ、嬉しいな。
If Daru was here, he'd yell Yuri for the win. Come to think of it, Daru had said he'd had something to do today, and I hadn't seen him since we'd left the lab. It was probably something I didn't want to know about. Enjoy the lark.
ゆきさんからメッセージ来たよ。実は今橋田さんと デート中だって。
Okay, we should interrupt.
わあ、そうなんだ。あの二人お付き合いしてるんですか？
デートするほど進展していたとは聞いてないぞ。
Was that what Daru was up to?
ゆきさん、夕方にはラボに来るみ
夕方か。時間が少し空くな。
たい。でもデートの邪魔しちゃ悪いよ。
Mm-hmm.
そうですね、待ちましょう。
If Kagari wanted to wait, it wasn't my place to disagree. We decided to have Mayuri answer Yuki's message and then go back to the lab. On the way,
お、どうした？
おかり、あそこ。
Mayuri suddenly lowered her voice and quietly pointed toward a nearby cafeteria with outdoor seating. Oh. Two people we recognized were sitting at one of the tables. It was Yuki and Daru. The two of them were eating a sandwich together.
これはあれだな。
Together.
とりあえずいつものダルに倣ってこう言っておこう。ダル、リア充爆発しろ。
どうしましょう。邪魔しちゃ悪いよね。
とはいえ、これはなかなか見られない光景じゃないか。
No, that is such cute. Oh, I love it. That is such a cute emote or set of emotes. I almost wish that they don't use... Is there any way to take out the space between the emotes on Twitch chat? Because it almost looks like the heart is breaking, isn't it?
それは確かに。
Mayuri's eyes were filled with passion. She seemed to be truly cheering them
二
on.
人が食べ終わるのを待って偶然合流した感じにするか。
あゆしーは賛成です。いいと思います。
Kagari and Mayuri were getting excited. Was this really that exciting? We sat at a nearby table in a corner of the entrance so as not to let them see us. We covered our faces as best as we could and quietly observed the two of them. Stalkers, oh my gosh. They seemed to be enjoying their lunch. I could just barely make out what they were saying.
ほらほら、橋田さん、口の端にトマトついてますよ。拭いてあげますね。
You guys are still at last name basis? What is this?
いやいやいや、大丈夫大丈夫。自分で拭くから。
So that's the dynamic. I love it.
でもいつもハンカチ持ってないじゃないですか。ほら、こっちに顔向けてください。
僕の体液がついたら天音氏のハンカチが汚れててしま。
汚いなんて思ったりしませんよ。はい、拭きますよ。
It's so cheesy, but it's so funny. Love it. Oh, Daru.
何やってるんだあいつは。
仲良さそうで羨ましいな。
I think it's so funny. I think it's so adorable and it's so funny. Oh, Daru.
お似合いですね、あのお二人。
そうか。
Yes, they do, Daru and Okarin.
そうですよ。
I don't get it.
いいなあ、幸せそうだな。
Mayuri was watching them with stars in her eyes, and then
まゆりさん、お腹空いてるんですか？バイトが終わってからお昼食べようと思ってたから。
なんだ、そうだったのか。じゃあ何か注文するか。ここは俺がおごる。
いいの？
手伝ってくれているお礼だ。
やったー、おかりん太っ腹だね。じゃあね、じゃあね。
Mayuri's eyes shone as she looked at the menu.
クレープ食べたいな。いちごとクリームがいっぱい入ってるの。
Oh my gosh. If I have a time loop machine, I would just loop the same 2 days, but go and eat something different every day. Can you imagine? Like, you'll never really feel full. You can just keep eating and then you never have to suffer the consequences. Money is never a problem because you get to like reset in a way. That's a dream. Holy crap. Evidently, the place was offering a special on crepes today.
わかった。かがりは？
私はさっきお昼食べさせてもらいましたから。一緒に食べようよ。
遠慮しなくていいよ。
すみません。じゃあバナナとチョコのを。
了解だ。
I went to buy crepes. Be careful not to let Daru and Yuki see me. Oh,
ほん。
I was not prepared for this to be today's stream. Oh my god.
すっごくおいしい。感動だよ。ですね。チョコレートの苦さが絶妙。
I know, right? I'm not hungry. I just peckish. Ooh, chocolate.
いちごもおいしいよ。ほら、かがりさん。あーん。おいしい。って何をさせるんですか？照れなくてもいいのに。女の子同士なんだし。それはそうなんですけど。あ、ほっぺにクリームついてるよ。
I feel like we've seen this before somewhere, haven't we?
やだ。マユシーが取ってあげる。大丈夫ですよ。自分で拭けますから。
Kagari hurriedly took a hand mirror and handkerchief out of her pouch and wiped it off.
マユシーが取ってあげたかったな。もう、まゆりさんたら困ります。
I know Mayuri didn't mean it that way, but she's a natural flirt.
どうして？どうしてって、まゆりさんに言われるとなんか変な気持ちになっちゃうから。
Oh.
変な気持ち？
はい。なぜかまゆりさんにすごく甘えたくなっちゃうんですよね。
No.
おかしいな。私の方が年上のはずなのに。
Kagari's cheeks flushed red as she stared up into Mayuri's eyes.
それはかがりさんがマユシーを好きだって ことだよね。マユシーもかがりさんのこと大好きだよ。
まゆりさん、私は。
ああ、まゆりのそれに深い意味はないから気にしないでくれ。
そうなんですか？
ねえねえ、マユシーにも一口ちょうだい。あーん。あーん。
You're loving Mayuri more and more? Welcome to the club. She's the best. The people who can wear their hearts on their sleeves are incredibly powerful.
しょうがないな。はい。
Mayuri took a bite out of the crepe in Kagari's hand. To someone else's eyes, it must have looked like two sisters feeding each other's crepes. Of course, Mayuri would be the little sister, but it didn't look that way to me. It looked like little Kagari was blushing and stretching a hand out towards her mother. Oh, I really did want to get her memories back. I could only imagine what the future was like after World War III occurred. But no matter how bad it got, families still must have gotten together to eat dinner. Maybe this happened in the future too. That would be a very happy...
おかりん？
ん？
どうしたの？ぼーっとして。
ああ、悪い。ちょっと考え事をしてた。
おかりんもクレープ食べたくなっちゃったのかな？
今からでも買ってきたらどうですか？
大丈夫だよ。昼飯はさっき食べたし。
And the crepes looked so sweet that I lost my appetite. Oh, Okarin's not a sweets person. Okay.
あ、そうだ。じゃあ、マユシーの一口あげるよ。あーん。
それなら私のも。
あーん。
I suddenly found myself with two smiling girls shoving two crepes in my face.
バカ、やめろ。恥ずかしいだろ。
Without even thinking, I tried to move my chair back, only to get it caught on the leg of the table. And we're gonna make a huge scene, aren't we? Oh dear.
岡部さん。
So much for staying under the radar and the rest of the cafe watched me as I fell flat onto the ground. I ended up attracting a lot of attention. And as a result...
岡部さんじゃないですか。
ねえ、おかりん、なぜここに？
They found us. Shame, shame, shame. We explained to the two of them how we'd found ourselves here.
もう、声をかけてくれればよかったじゃないですか。えへへ、ごめんなさい。
We just wanted to observe two lovebirds.
お邪魔しちゃ悪いかなと思って。
ずっと見られてたことの方が恥ずかしいですよ。
Oh dear. Daru's face was as placid as a sage's. Knowing that we saw him like that must have snapped his mind in half.
それでユキさん、どうかな？その歌、どこで知ったのか覚えてないか？
覚えてますよ。最近のことなので。私、お菓子教室でバイトをしてるんです。講師の先生の補佐役なんですけど。ほら、私、お菓子作るの好きだから、 まだまだ修行中なんですけどね。ゆきさんが作るお菓子はものすごく美味しいんだよ。
そうなんですか？
今度かがりさんも一緒に作ろうね。
はい、ぜひ。
I tried to get the conversation back on track.
そのお菓子教室と歌にどんな関係が？
ああ、そうそう。教室に通ってる生徒さんの一人が調理の間、その歌をいつも口ずさんでて、
One of the students in the class.
本人は無意識みたいなんですけど、それを歌ってる時はとても幸せそうな顔をされていて、私もいつの間にか覚えちゃいました。
その生徒はユキさんの知り合いなのか？例えば俺の知っている人だったりしないか？
それはないと思います。割とお年を召している女性なので。
We'd played the game of telephone to this point and ended up with someone who had nothing to do with any of us. Maybe it was a really common song and Kagari had just happened to learn it from hearing someone sing it in the future. Old lady. Interesting. No, it was too early to assume that.
ひとまずその生徒さんに話を聞いてみよう。ユキさん、すまないがその人に連絡を取ってもらえないかな。生徒の個人情報だったら俺たちに教えるわけにもいかないだろうし。
別に構わないですよ。教室といってもそんな大げさなものじゃないですから。その方の携帯のメアドも聞いてますし、よくお話もしますから。
Yuki took her phone out of her pouch and started to fiddle with it. She seemed to be looking at a list of addresses.
あったあった。この人です。
She turned the phone toward us. Seeing the name of a person we'd never met wouldn't do us any good, but we looked anyway.
え？
何？その名前、オカリンのお母さんの名前だよ。
Okay, it's a small world, but continue. What's going on? There was no doubt about it. That was my mom's name.
へえ、ユキさんってあんたのお友達だったんだ。
After hearing the shocking news that Kagari's song traced its roots all the way back to my mom, we went back to the lab. It would have been embarrassing to call my mom in front of Mayuri and Kagari. Why? So I went out up to the roof in the cold to call home. When I asked my mom if she was going to a cooking class, she seemed surprised that I didn't know.
そっか、歌ね。
This is the first time that we've really talked to our parents.
口ずさんでるなんて全然気づかなかったわ。ちょっと恥ずかしいわね。
Okay, so now we know where Okarin got his laugh from. Okay, great. That's incredible.
その歌どこで覚えたんだ？
どこでって？
ラジオで流れてたとか、他の人が歌っているのを聞いたとかさ。
あんただけど？
Huh?
え？
Oh god, why did we think?
あんたが前に歌ってたのよ。
何言ってんだよ。そんなわけないだろ。
Oh, this is like a much needed happy segment.
ほら、あんたが中学生の頃、まゆりちゃんが塞ぎ込んじゃった時期があったでしょ。おばあちゃんが亡くなって、みんな心配してたけど、まゆりちゃん、 ある日を境に元に戻ってくれてほんとよかったわ。でも代わりにあんたがおかしくなっちゃったのよね。なんだっけ、上記のバッドサイレントテスト。
やめて。
Was there anything in the world more terrifying than hearing about your own dark past from your mom?
あんたがそのバッドなんとかにかぶれ始めた頃、お風呂に入るたびに歌ってたのよ。
I would sing that song whenever I took a bath.
散々聞いてるうちに覚えちゃったわ。
俺が歌っていた？
そうよ、覚えてないの？あ、お客さん来た。じゃあね、雨が降りそうだから早く帰ってきなさい。
I love Okarin's mom. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. I love it.
マジか。
Oh, that makes me so happy.
オカリン、どうだった？わかりましたか？
How do you think, how can we tell them that we used to sing it when we're bathing and then our mom learned it, right? Incredible. I explained what I heard from my mom even though I didn't really understand it myself. Yeah, they were surprised. I was more surprised than anybody. I was so surprised that I was actually feeling pretty calm.
なると、どういうことなんでしょうか？
What did it mean? Kagari had learned the song from Mayuri in the future. Mayuri had learned it from the present from Suzuha. Suzuha had learned it from Yuki in the future. Yuki had learned it from my mom. And my mom had learned it from me.
俺、歌なんて歌ってたか？
マユシーも覚えてないな。
If it was a popular song, maybe I would have hummed it, but...
ダメだ。思い出せない。
どうしよう。手がかりなくなっちゃったね。
Mayuri looked like she was about to cry. Kagari gave her a gentle hug. Oh.
落ち着いてください、まゆりさん。岡部さん、そのまゆりさんが落ち込んでいた時っていうのは何か手がかりになりませんか？
そうは言っても何か特別なことをしていたわけじゃないからな。まゆりが墓参りに行ってるのを迎えに行くくらいで。
That was when Hoin Kyoma, now sealed away, had been born.
じゃあそのお墓に行ってみませんか？何か思い出すかも。
Was that possible?
ここまで来たなら最後まできちんと確かめてみたいですから。おかりん、まゆしーからもお願い。
わかった。行こう。
ありがとうございます。
The sun was about to set, so we decided to go the next day. This is like such a cute little side quest. I love it. Oh, I missed that line. The next day, the sky had been cloudy since morning. I met with Kagari and Mayuri at a spot near the cemetery where her grandmother was buried.
雨降ってきちゃいそうだね。
私、傘持ってきてないんですよね。天気予報では降らないって言ってたから。
マユシーもだよ。
And I never brought an umbrella when it wasn't raining. In other words, nobody had an umbrella. It's remarkable how happy Mayuri sounded. She was like, I didn't bring an umbrella either.
雨が降り出す前に切り上げるようにしよ
おばあちゃん、オカリンが来てくれて喜ぶだろうな。
う。そうだな。
それに今日はかがりさんも来てくれたし、マユシーの素敵なお友達をおばあちゃんに紹介できるのが楽しみなのです。
That is so sweet.
まゆりさん、
オカリン、早く行こう。マユシーはおばあちゃんに話したいことがたくさんあるのです。
そうだな。急ごう。
We finally arrived at the cemetery. The skies were getting darker and it felt like it could rain at any time. We finished cleaning the grave and each of us put our hands together in front of us. Then Mayuri sat down and started talking to her grandma. Kagari and I watched her from a short distance away.
それでね、かがりさんが驚いた顔で入ってきて、バターンって気絶しちゃったんだ。もうびっくりしたよ。マユシーはすっごく慌てちゃったし、すっごく心配だったんだけど、どうしてもバイトに行かなきゃいけなくて、だからオカリンとダルくんにかがりさんのことお願いって言ってラボを出たの。でも本当は心配で心配で胸がはち切れそうだったんだよ。
I love that she's talking to her grandmother's grave like diary style.
岡部さん、
Kagari whispered to me, concerned.
ああ、まゆりのことなら気にしないでくれ。あれは儀式みたいなものなんだ。
儀式？
ああ、まゆりはおばあちゃん子でさ、そのおばあちゃんが亡くなった時には魂が抜けたみたいになってたんだ。半年くらい誰とも口を聞かずに、毎日ここに来ては一日中ぼんやり立ってた。まるで自分もおばあちゃんのところに行ければいいのにって祈っているように見えた。
それを岡部さんが連れ戻したんですよね。
どうしてそれを？
まゆりさんから聞いちゃいました。
あいつめ。
いいじゃないですか。かっこいいですよ。マッドサイエンティストの法王院京馬さん。
やめてくれ。
Embrace it, Okarin, embrace it.
あの時は必死だったんだ。後から思えば正解だったわけだけど、やっぱり恥ずかしい真似をしたと思うよ。
I'd use every bit of knowledge I could scrape out from anime and video games to try and keep Mayuri's soul from leaving us.
連れてなんて行かせない。
Oh, little Okarin and little Mayuri. Oh.
まゆりは俺の人質だ。人体実験の生贄なんだ。どこにも逃がさないからな。
そっか。マユシーは人質なんだね。 じゃあしょうがないね。
うんうん、とても素敵なお話だと思います。
そうかな。
そうですよ。あ、
ん？
降ってきました。
I looked up just in time for a small drop to fall on my cheek. A cold rain started to come
こん
down.
なに早く降り始めるとは思いませんでしたね。どうします？
We'd just gotten here and hadn't done anything yet. I wanted to at least do a little research before we left.
一旦雨宿りできる場所を探そう。コンビニで傘を買ってもいいし。
わかりました。まゆりさん、一度駅に戻りましょう。
ああ、雨だ。
She didn't notice? Oh. The rain started to come down harder as we ran toward the station.
ずぶ濡れだよ。
先に傘を買っておけばよかったですね。
これじゃシャワー浴びないと風邪ひいちゃうね。そうだ、かがりさん、まゆしーのお家来る？一緒にシャワー浴びようよ。
Oh dear.
あれ？
Mayuri turned around and suddenly stopped. I stopped too. I looked back and saw Kagari wasn't keeping up with us. Is it something about rainy days? She was standing some distance away with a blank look on her face. She was facing us, but seemed to be staring off into the distance.
かがりさん、どうしたの？
聞こえる。
Her voice was flat and emotionless. It was like she was a different person than the one that had been there for a moment before.
聞こえるって何が？
声が聞こえる。
Huh?
かがりさん？
Mayuri started to walk toward Kagari.
私、行かなきゃ。
Go where? And suddenly, Kagari ran through the puddles of water and out into the street. A truck was coming. Mayuri screamed, and my body moved on its own. I yanked Mayuri's shoulder down and knocked her into the ground so that she couldn't run out on her own. And then I used that momentum to run out into the street myself. That was clearly too much happy for this game, huh? And now we get hit by a truck. Very good.
昔はね、今みたいに空気が汚れていなかったから、みんな雨に濡れても気にしなかったんだよ。ママがかがりちゃんくらいの年の頃はね、雨が降るのは楽しみだったんだ。おかりんと一緒にお外を走り回ったの。雨の中を走るとね、まるで海の中を泳いでるみたいなんだ。 オカリンとママはね、その中を泳ぐ魚なの。世界でたった2匹だけの。楽しかったな。
Oof.
それはいつのことだっただろう。1998年に鈴葉お姉ちゃんと別れてから長いこと閉じ込められていた施設。
I feel like this is the first time that we've heard a completely calm Kagari. I really like her voice.
私がそこから逃げ出したのはいつのことだっただろう。逃げ出した理由は急にママに会いたくなったから。それだけだった。
At the place where she was kept, Kagari was waiting for the professor to come like always when she happened to look outside and see that it was raining. When she smelled the water through the window, she remembered what her mom had said. And the next thing she knew, she'd taken off the headset she was wearing. Nobody had expected it, so escaping was easy. She ripped off the cords on her arm and used the little window to go outside. And then she had snuck in the back of a truck that was just leaving the parking lot. The facility she'd been kept in must have been deep within the mountains. After hours of shaking, the truck finally reached a town somewhere. When the truck stopped, she jumped out and wandered in the rain with nowhere to go. She didn't have any destination in mind. She wanted to see her mom, but didn't know where she was. Even if she did find her, her mom would have been younger than Kagari and wouldn't know who she was. She'd run away from the facility on impulse, but she had no money and there was nothing she could do. Except wait for the professor to come and find her. Until then, she wanted to get wet in the rain. The rain kept falling for a long time. Her clothes got wet, but she didn't care.
雨が痛くないなんて変な感じ。
The rain in this era didn't sting when it landed on your skin. It was warm. For the first time, Kagari learned that nature could do things other than hurt you. There was life in this rain. That's how it felt to her. The rain in this era was alive. It was totally different than the dead rain of the future. Kagari kept walking, enjoying the feelings of being surrounded by living rain. How long had she walked? When her legs finally started to get tired, she sat down on a bench with a roof over it. It was a trolley platform. It was unmanned, without even a ticket station. She sat down and looked up at the sky. The rain was still falling.
きっと神様はこの雨も嫌いなんだろうな。生きている雨より死んでいる雨の方が好きなんだろうな。そうじゃなきゃ未来の雨が死んでいる理由を説明できないもの。
The dead rain sure didn't seem better than the living rain to Kagari. But there was one thing she was sure of. In the future, where Mom was, the rain was dead. When she saw Mom again, the rain would be dead. So she wasn't really mad at God.
迷子ですか？
That sounds like Okari. A boy was standing next to the bench. He was the same age as Kagari, or maybe a little younger. He was holding an umbrella, but the area below his knees was soaking wet. He must have walked in the rain for a long time. Kagari said nothing as he sat down next to her. He looked tired and in pain.
僕も
The boy talked to her in a voice that was a whisper. What he talked about, she couldn't remember, but he seemed to be in so much pain, as if he was carrying the weight of the whole world's sadness on his shoulders. Why had he talked to her when they'd never met before? Why had he decided to open up to Kagari? Strangely, it didn't bother her. She was the same. She was the same as he was, and strangely, she realized something. There were things in this world that you just couldn't change. There were things in this world where all you could do was watch them slip through your fingers. You couldn't give up on them, but you had no choice but to give up. She felt that despair. Maybe the rain had brought the two of them together. There were so many people in this world, and yet the two of them had no one they could talk to. So maybe the rain had brought them together. The living rain, the warm rain, the gentle rain.
オカリンとママはね、その中を泳ぐ魚なの。世界でたった2匹だけの。
Mommy had looked so happy when she told that story, but it sounded sad to Kagari. Because the world was so big and it was just the two of them alone. It would be lonely and sad to have no one else there. That's what she thought. But now she understood how Mom felt, just a little. Just two fish alone in the world. But that was different than being totally alone. No matter what else, there was someone next to you who felt the same way. It was lonely, but she was sure it wasn't that lonely. That's what she felt at the bottom of the sea of living rain.
探し物一つ星の笑う声風に瞬いて手を伸ばせばつかめるよ
I just got shivers. There was nothing Kagari could do for the boy, but she felt like he needed that song. The next thing she knew, the boy was gone.
雨やまないな
探したよ。
Jesus, okay.
ほら、行こう。どうしたんだい？
私行かなきゃ
She shook off the professor's hand and ran off into the street through the pouring rain. And then she saw a truck splashing up water from the puddles as it came barreling toward her. Oh my god. The story. Okay. Kagari woke up and realized she was in a hospital bed.
かがりさん。
Mayuri was looking down at her with eyes swollen bright red.
おかり、かがりさん気がついたよ。
かがり、
私、
トラックにはねられそうになったんだ。
Almost hit by a truck,
怪
okay.
我はなかったんだけどな。気を失ってたから念のために救急車を呼んだ。君は保険証を持ってないから医療費はとんでもない額になるかもな。
しょうがないよ。あの時はそうするしかなかったもん。かがりさんが無事でよかった。おかりんがね、ギリギリのところで助けたんだよ。二人とも死んじゃったのかと思って。まゆしいは、まゆしいは。
Oh, baby.
泣くなよ、まゆり。
そうでした。ぼんやり覚えてます。岡部さんが飛び出してきてくれたこと。ごめんなさい。私、どうかしてた。ありがとう。
いや、無事ならいいんだ。
In a fit of emotion, Mayuri leapt on Kagari.
よかったよ、かがりさん。本当に心配したんだから。
まゆりさん。うん、違う。
Kagari finally understood everything.
そうじゃない。この人はまゆりさんじゃない。うん、そうだ。この人はママだ。やっと会えた。
Now it was Kagari's turn to give Mayuri a big hug.
かがりさん、違うよ。まゆしーはママじゃないよ。
違ってなんかない。ママはかがりのママなの。
She couldn't help herself from talking like a little girl. The last 10 years vanished, and Kagari was once again a small child.
ママって、かがり、記憶が戻ったのか。
おかりん、おじさん。うん、全部思い出した。私は椎名まゆりの娘、椎名かがりだよ。
だってかがりさん、まゆしーより年上だよ。それにまゆしーは赤ちゃん産んだりとかしてないし。
ママ、私は未来から来たんだよ。未来のママは孤児だった私を引き取って養女にしてくれたの。
まゆしーが？
そうだよ。私に生きる理由を与えてくれたのがママなの。ママはね、私を危ない目に遭わせないために一番安全なところに逃がしてくれた。
安全なところ？
過去だよ。ママが幼かった頃のまだ平和だった日本でなら安全に暮らせるだろうって。
はあ、
でもやっぱり寂しかった。ここにはママがいないんだもの。どんな安全な場所でもママと離れ離れになるんじゃ意味なんてないもん。ママ、会いたかったよ。
Kagari clung to Mayuri on the soft bed and cried for a long time. At first, Mayuri was confused, but she eventually hugged her back gently.
かがりちゃん。ママ。ごめんね。ごめんね。ごめんね。辛かったよね。寂しかったよね。ママのせいでずっと泣いてたんだよね。ごめんね。
Hi, Linnea. This is so poetic. The fact that Kagari was the one who taught Okabe
こうして
the
私
song.
椎名かがりは全ての記憶を取り戻した。それからの数ヶ月間はただ楽しかった。毎日のようにラボに集まってママやその友達と遊んだ。みんな本当にいい人たちだった。退屈する暇なんて1秒もなかった。特にママはできるだけ時間を作って私と一緒にいてくれた。一緒にご飯を食べに行ったり、一緒にショッピングに行ったり、目的もなく一緒に散歩したりした。たわいもないそのすべてが私が心の底から求め続けていたものだった。以前は頭の中に響いていた声もママとたくさん話しているうちにいつの間にか聞こえなくなっていた。ママはどんな時でも笑顔を私に見せてくれた。そして心から嬉しそうに私の話を聞いてくれた。本当に本当に幸せだった。お泊まり会も何度もした。ラボやママの家やルカ君の家でお菓子を食べながら遅くまで話して、夜はママと同じ布団で眠りについた。布団の中では小さな声で二人であの歌を歌った。ママが二人をつないでくれた歌だと言ったあの歌を。確かにあの歌は私とママとをつないでくれた。私は小さい頃にママにこの歌を教えてもらった。ママは鈴葉お姉ちゃんから聞いた。鈴葉お姉ちゃんはゆきさんから、ゆきさんはおかりんおじさんのお母さんから、おかりんおじさんのお母さんはおかりんおじさんから、そしておかりんおじさんは
He learned it from me. He learned it from Kagari. It was like, it's so beautiful. It's so poetic. It's like a vessel that carried all of these comforting thoughts, right? And well wishes and protection through time and space and arrive at everyone's ears.
確かなことはわからない。
It's a love chain, it is.
でももしそうだったらそれはとても素敵なことだ。他にもママとたくさん話した。学校の話、ラボの話、おかりんおじさんの話、未来の話、恋の話、本当にいろんなことを。ある時ママが急にこんな話をしたことがあった。
ねえかがりちゃん、まゆしんはね、思うのです。
It's the fourth time this franchise made you cry. Oh. It's okay, Mayuri. Enjoy. I hope they're happy tears.
この歌は大好きな人を励ます歌なんじゃないかなって。その人は大切な宝物をなくして悲しくて悲しくて眠っちゃったの。
Did I call you Mayuri? My brain. I'm sorry, Linnea. Oh god. Mayuri's on my mind, if you can't tell. Yes. They lost their most important treasure and they got so sad. They finally just went to sleep.
どんなに揺さぶっても眠ったまま。それくらい悲しかったから。でもね、その宝物は実はなくなってないんだ。本当はちょっと手を伸ばせば届くところにあるの。だけどその人は宝物がすぐ近くにあることに気づかないでずっと眠ったままなの。でもね、その人はきっと本当は誰かが起こしてくれるのをずっと待ってるんだ。だってね、その人はそばにいるから。いなくなったわけじゃないから。それがいつになるのかわからないけど、それでもいつかきっと目を覚ましてくれる。そういう歌なんじゃないかなって思うんだ。
I love that. I love that. So I wish I can bring up the lyrics again. But that explains so much about how Mayuri always does the handshake with the stars, right? Because she believes that they're always there with her.
そしてママは私を見てにっこりと微笑んでくれた。カーテンから漏れる月明かりでぼんやりと見えたママの瞳がとても澄んで見えた。初めて見る綺麗な色の瞳だった。けれど後から思うと、あの時のママの瞳は以前にも見たことがあった。あの時、私が記憶を取り戻したあの雨の日、ママは私を抱きしめながらあんな瞳をしていた。あの時、ママはずっと同じ言葉を繰り返していた。ごめんね。かがりちゃん、ごめんねと。そのごめんねは、ママが未来のママ自身の代わりに謝っているんだと思ってた。未来のママが私を一人ぼっちにしたことを謝っているんだって、そう思ってた。けれど、そうじゃなかった。あの時、ママは他の誰でもなく、2011年の椎名真由里として私に謝っていたんだ。私を一人ぼっちにしてごめんねと。そのことに気づいたのは半年後。2011年7月7日。七夕の日だった。
七夕?
本当は分かってた。こんなところに呼び出して、ママ、何の用かな。何かサプライズでも考えてるのかな。
Kagari whispered as if she wanted it to be true. Today was July 7th, Tanabata. The lab was going to have a Tanabata party with the Tenozi family on the roof of the building. It was essentially an excuse to hold a barbecue. The sky was clear that day, so the night stars were sure to be pretty.
早く戻って準備の続きしなきゃ。ママと一緒に。本当は分かってた。
Oh gosh.
この呼び出しが
I'm
何を
stressed.
意味するのか。分かってて、でも自分に対して分からないふりをしてた。本当はここには来たくなかった。見たくないものから目をそらしていたかった。
I took one step after another toward the roof.
早く行かなきゃ。ママが待ってる。
Okay, I feel like I should be writing this down because this might be important in other word lines in the future. So something about July 5th. Alaricon.
どうして今になってママ。
When I opened the door, I was met with a burst of warm wind and a gentle summer twilight. The stars could already be seen twinkling in the evening sky. Mayuri was there. She was standing right next to the time machine. She had one hand on her head to keep the wind from blowing away her hat, and another reached out toward the sky. Her open hand stretched straight up towards the Akihabara sky, as if she was trying to grab the brightest star. Her eyes seemed to look past the stars towards something beyond. It was so pretty, so ephemeral, and so fragile.
ママ。
Kagari couldn't stop herself from crying out. It felt like if she didn't stop her, the stars would take her mother away.
あ、かがりちゃん。てってるー。
New outfit! This is a new Mayuri outfit. I like it. I love it. It's so pretty. It looks so nice on her.
ママ。
I know! The tension started to drain from Kagari's body. Good. Mommy was acting normal now. There was nothing to worry about. Mommy would never leave her, ever. When Kagari ran over, Mayuri lowered the hand that she'd reached out toward the sky.
どうしたの？どうしてここに呼んだの？
Mayuri smiled, slightly embarrassed, and spun the other way. And then she looked up at the time machine.
かがりちゃんはこれに乗ってきたんだよね。
急に何？そんなしみじみ言うことじゃ。
Her words caught in her throat. She realized that the time machine's hatch was open.
どうしてタイムマシンのハッチが開いてるの？
And then someone appeared from within the time machine.
かがり！
New outfit for everybody!
お前どうして？それはこっちのセリフだよ。二人で何してるの？
What is going on? Why are they so upset? What's happening?
まゆ姉さん、かがりには秘密にしておくって約束したじゃないか。 黙っててごめんね、すずさん。まゆしーね、どうしてもかがりちゃんにはちゃんとお別れを言っておきたかったの。
Where are you going, Mayuri? What? Well, that's a new development. Okay.
すぐ終わるから準備を進めておいて。
Right? What's going on?
わかった。終わったら乗って。
Suzu had disappeared back inside the time machine.
秘密？お別れ？準備？ママも鈴葉お姉ちゃんも何の話をしてるの？私全然わからないよ。本当は分かってた。
I don't.
本当はママからメッセージが来た時からもう分かってた。でも認めたくなかった。タイムマシンがまたかがりとママを離れ離れにしてしまうことを認めたくなかったの。
あのね、まゆしーはこれからすずさんと一緒にタイムマシーンに乗るの。大事な人に目を覚ましてもらうために。
無理だよ。世界線は収束しちゃうの。ママや鈴葉お姉ちゃんがどんなに頑張ったって変えられない。誰にも変えようがないのよ。
そうだね。きっとまゆしーじゃ変えられない。
だったら
So Mayuri is a time traveler too? Where are they going? When are they going?
オカリンは別なの。オカリンには未来を変える力がある。そのオカリンを、あの日のオカリンの背中をちょっとだけ押すぐらいならまゆしーにもできるはずだから。チャンスはあの日だけだから。
Oh my. Oh.
うまくいくわけない。
Kagari grabbed Mayuri's arms. You missed it? So Mayuri is trying to, I think, go back to the day that Okarin had given up on saving Kurisu. I think that's the day that she's trying to go to. At least that's how I read it as. So does that mean that the Mayuri that we had on the day in the original Steins Gate series when we reached the true end, that Mayuri is a time traveler from the future, and she had seen all the devastation that Okarin had gone through. I just think, oh, this is beautiful because, you know, I think at least from my perspective, Mayuri has always been someone who, you know, tries in the present, right? Like she's a source of comfort and a source of anchor, but like we've never seen her sort of, even though she wanted to be helpful and to be quote unquote, and you guys know how I hate that word, useful in this whole endeavor to fix the world. But we've never witnessed firsthand that she was able to actually do anything except to provide emotional support, which is all extremely important, right? But to provide emotional support to Okarin. But now we're witnessing that Mayuri is time traveling because she wants to go back to that day and give Okarin a little push. Oh my god. And hi, Hurt. Hello. Sorry, I was a bit losing my mind. I'm heartbroken and yet very whole. Kagari grabbed Mayuri's arms, but she just smiled sadly.
それでもマユシーはもう一度会いたいんだ。法王院京馬に、私の彦星様にもう一度会いたいの。
Because that's who saved her. It is Okabe Rintaro who saved her, but it really is Hoin Kyoma.
そんな。でも本当は分かってた。
I mean, to a certain extent, to Mayuri, in a way, she had witnessed the death of Hoin Kyoma, right? On that day too. When Okarin decided to seal away Hoin Kyoma, that's the death of him. But I knew this was coming. Ever since the day she got her memories back, Kagari's life had been truly happy. She lived every day in a peaceful Japan with no war and with Mayuri and the rest of the lab. Every day shined like a jewel, and she had thought it would last forever. But she'd known what that look in Mayuri's eyes had meant. She'd known why even when everyone was having fun, Mayuri always seemed kind of sad.
私はどうなるの？
So that's why earlier, I don't know if I can even scroll back to it. That's why even earlier, Kagari was saying that the apology came from the Shina Mayuri who lived in 2011. She was apologizing that she was sorry for leaving me alone because Shina Mayuri went on a time travel trip, leaving Kagari behind.
もしオカリンおじさんがシュタインズゲートへたどり着いたとして、そこでは戦争が起きないかもしれない。そうすればたくさんの人は救われるかもしれない。だけどそしたら私はママと会えないよ。
そんなことないよ。どの未来でだってマユシーとカガリちゃんは会えるよ。その世界ではカガリちゃんは一人じゃないかもしれない。本当のお父さんとお母さんがいて幸せに暮らしているかもしれない。でもマユシーはそれでも がりちゃんに会いに行くから。それでね、かがりちゃんととっても仲良しになるから。だからかがりちゃんは何にも心配しなくていいんだよ。
私もママもお互いのことを忘れちゃうかもしれないんだよ。私のことを覚えていないのにどうやって会いに来てくれるの？絶対無理だよ。
マユシーにはきっとかがりちゃんがわかるよ。
なんでそんなことを言い切れるの？
だってね、それが運命だもん。マユシーとかがりちゃんの絆はどんなことにも負けたりしない。だから今の記憶がなくなっても絶対にマユシーはあなたを見つけ出すから。
Tears like pearls fell from Mayuri's eyes, but she kept smiling at Kagari anyway. And for the first time, Kagari realized how strong Sina Mayuri really was. She realized, even if Mayuri didn't, how tough and strong her will was. This girl who seemed so small and fragile believed in the power of the future more than anyone else in the world.
じゃあそろそろ行くね。
Oh my god. Mayuri was about to get in the time machine. She could see Mayuri's legs shaking with each step up the ladder she took. She couldn't let this happen. It would just end up like that day in 2036. Kagari couldn't take that anymore. Kagari clung to Mayuri's body.
ママを過去になんて行かせない。ママの代わりに私が行く。
Kagari grabbed the phone that Mayuri was holding and then pulled down on her hard. Mayuri lost her balance and fell off the ladder, and Kagari leapt inside.
かがり、お前正気か？
Kagari ignored her and leaned out of the hatch to smile down at Mayuri.
オカリンおじさんは私が何とかしてみせる。
Huh?
だからそこで待ってて。かがりちゃん。鈴葉お姉ちゃん、ハッチを閉めて。いいのか？うん。わかった。
The hatch started to close. Mayuri was staring up at Kagari in shock.
かがりちゃん。
ママ、私、ママのことずっと愛してる。過去も今も未来でも。
And then the hatch closed. She couldn't see her beloved mother anymore. Okay. So I was wrong. Mayuri had the intention to go, but she didn't in the end. She wiped away the tears and sat down in the passenger seat and strapped herself in. Suzuha sat in the main seat and grinned.
まさかもう一度お前と乗ることになるとは思わなかった。 一番最初に戻っただけだよ。
最初とは大違いだ。あの時のお前はピーピー泣いてた。
鈴葉お姉ちゃんだってちょっぴり泣いてたくせに。
そうだな。行くよ、かがり。過去へ。
Suzuha tapped the console, and the whole seat started to shake. At the same time, a pale light began to shine from within the machine. The time travel was beginning. There was no guarantee it would work. She might never see Mayuri again, but she swore that she would make this succeed as the daughter of Sina Mayuri. No matter how far apart they were, that song would connect them together. Oh my god. Okay. I think that was the most beautiful ending that we've gotten so far. I guess this means you completed this? No. No, we're not. So the format of a visual novel is that it's like a tree-like storyline. So kind of like Detroit, right? Like when you make different choices, you get to different endings. And that was one of the side endings, and we're going to continue on the main storyline to a new ending. basically. The lady is trying to eat my plant. Yes, she is. Look at that beautiful emotional support plant. Okay. Probably hot take. My favorite ending so far. That really was my favorite ending so far. Oh my god. That was so good. Let us take a really quick water break. I know. And we will be back in about like 5 to 10 minutes. And we are going to start on the other side of the story tree and start heading towards that true ending now. We have 2 more endings left to the true ending. So the hype. I'm so excited. All right. I will BRB and I will see you guys on the other side. All right, I'm back. Oh gosh. Oh god, this game. Okay. Let us continue. So we're going all the way back to, when was this? This is like 20 hours ago of playtime. Can I remember what this was about? This is when we were at the shrine. And I believe we got a call from... Oh no, it's not a call, but it was whether or not we're gonna turn off the phone so that we, don't get additional contacts from Kurisu. And this time, we're not turning off the phone. The last time we have turned off the phone, but this time we're not. And I guess we'll find out what that means when we don't turn off that phone. So we're gonna load here. This was when we were in the height of our PTSD, basically. And we were just introduced to Amadeus. And we were not sure how we feel about it. But now, even hearing Kurisu's voice was enough to send me into a panic. I'd gone back to how I was half a year ago. Back then, even hearing Kurisu's name was enough to make me dizzy.
手を出すべきじゃなかった。
I shouldn't have tried to chase Kurisu's shadow. For now, I should just turn off the smartphone. But in the end, I couldn't make that decision. I gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water and caught my breath. There was still a little time before my meeting. I wanted to get some air up here and recover a little. I looked down over the scenery below the overpass. The city was in the Christmas spirit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. It was the exact opposite of me. I took more deep breaths. I still felt like I wanted to throw up. I was getting a headache too. If I went to Dr. Luskinen like this, I'm sure I'd worry him. And then I realized that the two girls coming up the stairs were looking at me. I peered into the late afternoon darkness to try and make out their faces. We saw this the first time around too. It was Fubuki and Kaede-san. One of them, the girl with the short haircut, waved.
やっぱりオカリンさんだ。こんにちは。
ああ、まゆりの友達の。
They were Mayuri's friends and fellow cosplayers. I think their cosplay's name were Kaede and Fubuki. I didn't know their real names. Which was Kaede and which was Fubuki again?
大丈夫ですか？具合悪そうですけど。
ああ、大丈夫。
If I made them worry here, they talked to Mayuri, it would cause a big fuss. I didn't want her to worry about me when she didn't have to. I shouldn't have come back to Akihabara anyway. I run into people I knew just walking through town. I should have gone towards Kanda when I left the shrine.
オカリンさんっていつもなんだか辛そうに見えます。
そうか。
そうだよ。ふぶきちゃん。そんなオカリンさんを見てるマユシーも辛そうで、私もオカリンさんとマユシーのこと見てると泣きそうになって。って私何言ってんだろう。
This Fubuki girl must really care about Mayuri. I felt a little better after hearing that. So, I guess the last time that we went through this, we experienced a world line change. I don't know if we're gonna get through that again this time.
オカリンさんの好きな人って誰ですか？
The girl I like? An image of Kurisu appeared in the corner of my eye again. The feeling in my hands when I took her life came back. No, calm down.
オカリンさん、ごめんなさい。失礼なこと聞いちゃって。私。
Oh. What is this? Trick world, link each possibility. This was the email that we sent in the Kurisu ending. So we did receive it. Okay, good. So it's working. Excellent.
Okarinさん、本当に大丈夫ですか？
Oh, wait. So did the last time when we went through this and there was like a world line change was because sort of in the next cycle in the future we would have gotten the D Rhine, but we didn't get it then, but the world line still changed.
大丈夫。
Perhaps? Kaede and Fubuki were looking at me, worried. I got away from them as fast as I could. Protocol of the Two-Sided Gospel.
テスターをやめたいです。
Did that happen last time? I feel like I'm trying to compare this against last time that we went through like similar scenes, but I can't remember. I think we'll just go through it as if this is our first time. When I started the conversation with that, both Dr. Leskinen and Maho looked shocked. We were meeting in a room at a luxury hotel in the heart of Tokyo. It felt like the sort of secret meeting you'd see in a spy movie. Or maybe it only felt that way because the old me wasn't completely gone.
いきなりそんなこと。無責任だわ。
Maho seemed to finally understand what I meant, and her anger was clear.
魔法、落ち着けなさい。このテストはむしろリンタロウの善意で成り立ってるんだよ。引き受けてもらえただけでもこちらとしてはありがたかった。ここで辞退しても無責任ということは決してないから大丈夫。
すみません。
ただ私としてもできれば続けてもらいたいんだよ。ざっとログを見たがかなり頻繁に話してくれているじゃないか。それに研究室で我々が相手をしていた頃とはクリスの話し方がだいぶ違う。人は社会的な生き物だ。相手と状況によって言動を変える。それをエムデウスでも再現できていると見ていいだろう。だからこそもうしばらくテストを続けたいんだ。ちなみにやめようと思った理由は何かな？エムデウスと話すのが辛くなったかい？
Oh, he knows.
いえ、逆です。
逆？
アマデウスと クリスと話すのはとても楽しいんです。でもそれが怖くて。
And then I desperately tried to explain the feelings that were welling up within me, even though I still didn't understand them myself. I told him how scared I was that I was starting to see Kurisu and Kurisu as the same person.
やはり君に負担をかけてしまったね。本当にすまない。ただ、君のその反応はとても興味深い。研究者ではない目線でエムテウスを捉えているという意味で、私も勉強になるよ。
Okay, so are they studying Kurisu or are they studying us?
こんな言い方や感じ方になってしまうのを許してほしい。何しろ、根からの研究者なものでね。
I know, it's like we're being a tester, even though they said that they're using us to test Kurisu, but at the same time, he seemed to be more intrigued by us than Kurisu's response to us.
いえ、こっちもわがまま言っているのは分かっているんです。
Mao hadn't said a word for a while. She was frowning, and she seemed to be intently focused on studying Amadeus's logs. I didn't want her looking at me because it made me feel guilty, but
わかった。テストの事態については君の望む通りにしよう。ただ、アクセス権は君のスマートフォンにそのまま残しておいて構わないかな。
sus?
今後、アムデウスと話すのも話さないのも君の自由だ。
Especially now that we know Stratfo can track us through Amadeus, right?
クリスの方からは君に連絡しないように言っておくから。私たちと君との関係を今日これで終わりにはしたくないんだ。せっかくできた日本の友人だし、それに魔法も寂しがるしね。
Oh, Maho.
教授
Ah, yes, the little angry one.
わかりました。
It felt like giving in, but at the same time, I didn't want to lose my relationship with Dr. Leskinen. My goal of going to Victor Condré University hadn't changed at all. Oh, I had forgotten about this goal. Okay. And then Dr. Leskinen got a call from on his smartphone.
おっと、失礼。ちょっと電話してくるよ。魔法、その間にリンタロウと仲直りしておくようにね。
Dr. Leskinen left a room with a mischievous wink. I was alone with Maho.
ごめんなさい。さっきは怒鳴ったりして。
いや、
教授の言う通り、こちらがお願いしている立場なのに、アマデウスは今の私にとっては姉妹。子供みたいなものだから、それを投げ出されたように思えて、つい
力になれなくてすまない。
あなたの気持ちも分かっているつもりよ。あるいはつもりだったかしら。
Maho sighed again.
自己嫌悪だわ。ダメね、私。多分前頭前皮質がひねくれてできてるのよ。そうに違いないわ。
は？
Yeah?
前頭前皮質は人格を形成する部位の一つね。 情報のフィルタリングを行うこともあるわ。己の中の認めがたい情報を遮断したり、自己欺瞞を行ったり。
よくわからない。
要するにむき出しの情動を隠そうとしてとっさに嘘をついたりするのよ。他人だけじゃなく自分自身にもね。今の私みたいに難しい言葉を並べて自分を取り繕ってやろうとか。
The self-awareness. I like it, Maho. Maho, give yourself more credit.
こういうことも前頭前皮質がやってるんだと思うわ。
That would apply just as well to the old me, Hoin Kyoma. When I realized that, there was nothing I could say.
誰でもそういうことってあると思う。
私は特別ひどいのよ。多分。今後も気が向いたらでいいから、アマデウスを構ってあげて。ほんの短い時間でもいいの。
考えておくよ。
ありがとう。
Maho flopped back onto the sofa.
なあ、聞いていいか？クリスの母親のこと。
Oh, this is new information. Okay.
お？
前にパーティーの時、君とレスキネン教授が話しているのが偶然聞こえたんだ。クリスの家に何かあったって。
ああ、あのこと。
Maho seemed to remember it quickly. She nodded.
クリスのお母さんから電話があったの。家に放火されたんですって。
Oh, I mean, based on what we know so far, it was probably Stratfo, right? Trying to get the laptop and the memory disk.
大丈夫なのか？
ちょうどその日は留守にしていたから大丈夫だったそうよ。
That was a relief. After all that had happened, I really didn't want Kuris's mother to have go through it
私
anymore.
クリスのお母さんには結構可愛がってもらっていたの。休日に家にもよく招待してもらってね。だから心配だわ。変なことに巻き込まれていなければいいのだけど。
変なこと？
I noticed the way she said the phrase. A cold chill ran down my back.
ただの放火じゃないのか？
それが。
Maho seemed unsure if she should tell
ヒ
me.
アジョーさん。
I urged her to speak. She nodded slightly.
それが最初は地元の警察が捜査していたらしいのだけれど、その後 FBI を名乗る人たちが来たらしくて。
FBI？
ええ、FBI が出てくるような事件じゃないのによ。
Okay, so Derpa probably got involved at that point too. So the American government.
それと放火した犯人を隣の住人が目撃していたそうなんだけど、その証言によると犯人はただの放火犯には見えなかったって。
というと？
I mean, what do ordinary arsonists look like?
複数犯でね、なんだか特殊部隊みたいだったって。ほとんど何も喋らず、火をつけたらすぐ近くに止まっていた車に乗り込んで去っていったそうよ。 こんな言い方が正しいかどうかわからないけど、手際がすごく良かったみたい。火の周りも異常なほど早かったらしいわ。
Was she trying to say that it was no ordinary arson, but the work of a professional? I couldn't laugh away the possibility. I knew for a fact there were people like that in this world.
それとその犯人たちがロシア語を話していたって。
Oh, so a new organization? So I guess just to sort out all the orgs so far. So we have Stratfo, who were the ones that initially detained, I think. Yeah, they were the ones that initially detained Kagari and was doing experiments on her. And potentially, we didn't get confirmations of that one, but potentially, no, they were the ones that were hunting down Kagari after she had escaped. So they were also the ones that sort of did the raid on the lab, etc., etc. Derpa was the group that Judy Rias was involved in. And they're just trying to they're just competing for the AI access. So in a way, they could have been after Kurisa as well. They were speaking Russian. I guess we don't really know if Stratfo actually. Let's see. Tips. Is Stratfo in here? Stratfo. Stratfo is American. So this could be a whole different organization that was speaking Russian then. Most likely the one working with Dr. Nakabatsu, Kurisa's father. And of course they would know where Kurisa's mom lives, right? Because of Kurisa's father. Russian. The first thing that came to my mind, whether I liked it or not, was Nakabatsu. Half a year ago, he had stolen a paper about time travel from Kurisa, his own daughter, and used it to seek asylum in Russia. Could I have something to do with it?
それともう一つ、クリスが亡くなったばかりの頃、私たちの研究室でもおかしなことがあったの。地元警察と一緒に日本の刑事という人が来たのよ。日米の合同捜査でクリスの事件を調べているって。もちろん私たちはできる範囲で協力したんだけれど、何日か経って大学が警察に問い合わせをしたら、そんな刑事が日本から来た事実はないって言われたわ。
はあ？じゃあその日本の刑事は偽物だった？
それだけじゃないの。地元警察も私たちの研究室を捜査した事実はないって。つまりね、日本の刑事どころか警察と称してやってきた人たち全員が。
It was all a lie. They were trying to probe.
偽物。
そのことがあってから私。
Maho shook a little and wrapped her arms around herself.
私、クリスの死には何か裏があると疑っているわ。別に陰謀論者ではないけれど、何かもっと別の理由でクリスは殺されて、それが闇に葬られてしまったんじゃないかと、そう考えているのよ。
I was the one who killed Kurise. The police never found out. They never would, probably. No one could prove a murder that had been committed by a time traveler. The police had announced that a foreign thief had snuck into the storeroom at Larikan, and Kurise had been killed because she saw him. Supposedly, there was an international warrant out for the thief's arrest because he had already left the country. And when I killed Kurise, there was one other person there, Dr. Nakabatsu. It was eerie that his name hadn't come up at all. Russia, CERN, the time machine. I remember the future that Suzuha, or perhaps I should say John Titor, had spoken of. She said World War III was going to start within a decade. And it would be the time machine that set it off. The EU and Russia would be in a race to develop it, and then even America would intervene. That would be the spark. Were we at the center of a chain of events that would result in the death of 5 billion people? Yes. I couldn't help but feel that way.
このままじゃクリスは浮かばれないわ。真実を知りたい。
真実?
I couldn't stop myself from shaking as I looked at Mahos' face.
真実を知りたいって。
That was dangerous. If she tried to learn the truth, there could be no doubt that she put herself in danger. The Rounders, who came crashing through the veil of night. My childhood friend, who died in my arms after being shot in the head. And after that, the nightmarish and seemingly endless time loops. All the horrors that I experienced in the Alpha World line came flooding back, and I fought to stifle a moan.
でもそれは警察に任せておいた方がいい。
そうかしら。
But like, clearly we've just learned that the police aren't super trustworthy, right? And we don't even know reliably who is the police force and who isn't. So how can you really just leave it to the quote-unquote police?
少なくとも自分でどうにかできるなんて思わないことだ。人間一人の力なんてあまりにちっぽけなものだから。
After I said that, I regretted it, but it was too late. I wonder if a part of this is also that we don't want her to find out that it was us. Maho's gaze had turned into a piercing glare.
あなた、もしかして何か知っているの？
She is very bright. My panic was about to show. I quickly covered my face with my hands.
そんなはずないだろう。
そう。変なこと言って悪かったわ。私、クリスのことになるとついムキになってしまうの。彼女のこと本当に好きだったのね。
あいつは本当にいいやつだったし、本当にすごいやつだった。俺も好きだったよ。
ええ。あなたのことを見ていればわかるわ。
A heavy silence filled the air between us. I felt like I had to say something, but fortunately, Dr. Lestinen came back just then.
二人ともよかったらこれから食事でもどうかな？
Maho and I nodded and stood up from the sofa.
岡部さん、 またこちらでのクリスの話を聞かせてくれる？
ああ、いつでも。
I was just barely able to smile back at Maho. I saw a dark blue van come around the corner of the underground parking lot. Its tires squealed a little.
A van!
Oh my. It wasn't a Japanese car, it was a station wagon that looked like a sports car from some foreign manufacturer. I didn't know a lot about cars, but supposedly if you purchase it from a dealer, it could easily go over 8 million yen. The reason I knew all this was because the car's owner had told me over and over. The station wagon stopped in front of us, and there was a short bark from the horn. Associate Professor Izaki came out from the driver's side. While I was eating with Dr. Leskinen and Maho, he had called me about something else. When I told him I was having dinner with the two of them, he'd offered to drive us home. Dr. Leskinen had tried to refuse, but Izaki had insisted so much that he had no choice but to accept. He had a pretty nice car for an associate professor. This was the cause of a lot of speculations around the college. Some people said his family was rich, others that he had a wife of some CEO as a patron. He'd once quietly told me the truth, that he was single and spent all his money on his car. But who even knew if that was true? Izaki was acting like he was a professional chauffeur, opening the rear door and escorting Dr. Leskinen and Maho. Oh my god, what a kiss ass. Dr. Leskinen thanked him and got inside. Maho went around to the back and load up her luggage.
Okabe-kun, ちゃっかりレスキネン教授に気に入られてるなんてなかなか抜け目ないな、この。
He grinned and poked me with his elbow.
この子には手放しちゃいけないぜ。君の将来のためにね。
He was a hard guy to hate, but for an associate professor, he seemed kind of shallow. It was one of the unfortunate things about him. He waved to me and opened the driver's side door. What was that sound? About the same time, I heard the strange sound. A hole appeared in the window on the front passenger side. Wow, that was quick. We didn't get much of a build-up in this route, do we? Okay. Izaki screamed and fell back on his butt. The rear window exploded. I panicked. Was it some kind of supernatural phenomenon? I was too confused to move. And then in the corner of my vision, I saw someone. A man I didn't know appeared out of the shadow of one of the pillars. He was holding something strange in his hand. It looked kind of like a handgun. It was tiny, with a short barrel, and kind of flat. I couldn't see any kind of silencer. I remembered him from somewhere. I felt like we'd met before. Where? I thought, but nothing came to me immediately. The man was standing there, mumbling something to himself.
つまずきを与えるこの世は忌まわしい。もちろんつまずきが起きることは避けられないが、つまずきをもたらすものこそが忌まわしいのだ。
What? Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to stumble. Such things must come, but woe to the person through whom they come.
もしお前の手か足の一つがお前をつまずかせるなら、 それを切って捨てるがいい。
The hell?
両手両足揃っていて永遠の火に投げ入れられるよりも、それはお前にとって間違いなく幸せなのだから。またもしお前の片方の目がお前をつまずかせるなら、それをえぐり出して捨ててしまうがいい。
I feel like we just went from a brighter timeline to the darkest timeline. What is this?
たとえ片目であろうとも、貧の無の谷の炎に投げ入れられるよりずっと幸いに違いないのだ。
I am talking. Have I been reading without talking this whole time? We can start over. Oh yeah, I was on mute. Thank you, Tom. How long have I been on mute? Holy crap. Tips. All right, let's try this again. Valley of Hinnom. The name of a valley in eastern Israel, located on the south side of an old city district of Jerusalem, also known as Gehenna. The valley was once foul garbage and executed criminals were disposed of, and it was always filled with fires, black smoke, and a horrible stench. As well as this, it was also where human sacrifices were offered to the god Moloch, leading to the valley to be reviled by the people. The sight of this valley constantly burning with unholy fires became linked in people's minds with the idea of hell, and before long, Gehenna would become a symbol of hell. The Hebrew root word for the valley of Hinnom was Gehenna, which became the Greek Gina, and later the English Gehenna. This is also why the flames that burn in hell are sometimes known as the flames of Gehenna. I probably butchered like Gehenna. Oh. Thank you. Interesting. So even though it's spelled G-E, it's Gehenna. Probably from the Hebrew root. There was an aura of intensity and madness about the man as he pointed his gun at us again.
神の与えし魂と神の子である我々にこそ宿る。決してシリコンの上には宿らない。
They will never dwell within silicon. Is this the person, like, from the organization? Is a historic valley that surrounded ancient Jerusalem from the east and southwest. Gehenna? Gehenna. Not Gehenna. Okay. So Maho, I don't know how it is in this world line, but because I don't know if we've gotten there yet. But at one point in one of the world lines that we experienced in the past, Maho had told us that the Amadeus project was shut down because of people who, you know, strongly believe that it's kind of like human playing God. So I wonder if this is a similar group of people or the same group of people who had wanted, you know, to end the research and stop these sort of scientists looking into replicating human consciousness. In Judaism, the term Gehinnom is used for the realm in which the wicked people expiate their sins. Got it. So that's pretty consistent with the tips that we just read. Oh my god, Izaki. Izaki stood up, turned around, and fled in terror like a startled rabbit. That sound again. It was so soft and light. I couldn't even imagine that it was a gunshot, but this time, the car's window didn't break. And it didn't blow a hole in me either. It missed? Was he too focused on Izaki? Oh my god, Maho's face! But you won't be that lucky again, move! I pushed Maho into the back seat and crawled into the driver's side. Thankfully, the engine was still running. I slammed down on the pedal without even bothering to shut the door. The sound of a powerful engine shook the underground air. The attacker flinched at the incredible noise and vibration. But the car didn't move forward. I guess we don't know how to drive. We're probably still in park. It didn't move an inch.
Zift!
Dachaleskin and Maho were keeping their heads low in the back seat and shouting loud enough to be heard over the engine. I took my foot off the accelerator. I glanced over at the gear shift. It was stuck next to the end. Oh gosh. And then, through the windshield, I saw the attacker ready his gun again. He was aiming at me. The look in his eyes told me that he was ready to kill without hesitation. Crap. Oh no. Cracks like a spider web appeared in the windshield. Something went past the side of my head. I felt a sharp pain, and at the same time, a ringing in my ears. And all other sounds faded away and started to disappear. I felt myself passing out. And then Maho jumped over the seat and slid into the passenger side. My mind was pulled back to reality. I slammed the door shut just as she told me. Maho shifted from neutral to drive and leaned over on top of me to grab the wheel. I slammed the accelerator so hard that for a moment the wheels were almost spinning in place. Then the car leapt forward. The attacker was getting closer. We were going to hit him. I was about to take my foot off the accelerator when Maho shouted. I gritted my teeth and did as she said. but there was no impact. Evidently, the attacker had leaped away at the last second to avoid being crushed. But there was no time to confirm it as the car raced through the parking garage. We were going too fast, and since Maho was controlling the car from the passenger seat, she couldn't keep it going in a straight line. The car spun to the left and right, and I was almost flung out the broken window. I grabbed onto the edge of the seat as hard as I could. We headed for the exit, slamming into walls and pillars as we went. That's a good car if it's still going. I could see an exit sign right in front of us. I pressed a brake and put my hand on top of Maho's, turning the wheel to the right. But that was the wrong thing to do. The rear tire slipped. The car spun in a circle. And then it came to a stop. I looked back and saw Dr. Leskinen lying face up on the seat and giving me a thumbs up sign. I quickly put my hand on the door and got ready to get out of the driver's seat. But then I saw an old, creaky sedan rumbling toward us and shivered. It was the man from a moment ago. He was following us and moving really fast. Had it broken when we slammed into the wall? I grabbed Maho out of the passenger seat and rolled outside. Dr. Leskinen rolled out of the rear door. It was less than a second afterward that the sedan hit. If we'd been even just a little too slow, we would have been turned into mincemeat. I stood up and offered Maho a hand, then moved away from the unrecognizable wreck that used to be a car. Jesus Christ. Oh gosh. Both cars were smashed together. The attacker's sedan was completely embedded in the rear half of the car we'd been driving. Driving, quote unquote driving. There was no way he could have survived. There were no tire marks on the ground, which meant he'd slammed into us without braking. I shivered. I'd almost been killed. I was about to pull out my smartphone when the security guards heard the commotion and came running. The security guard nodded and contacted the police. Ooh, we got grazed. I could feel a pulsing ache on the side of my head. A shot from the gun had grazed me. I hadn't felt that pain at all while I was driving. I fearfully reached up to touch it and felt blood flowing from my temple down my face. I gulped when I saw my fingertip had turned red. I almost saw Mayuri when she was shot in the head. I almost saw Kurisu when I'd killed her. The images felt like they were about to come flashing back to me, and I struggled to stay standing. Maho went pale.
そこには線側頭動脈っていうのがあって
superficial temporal artery. All right. Superficial temporal artery, an artery located at one of the two end branches that splits from the external carotid artery. It runs from the neck to the top of the head, as well as between the temples and ears. It supplies blood to the skin, ears, and jaw joints.
見せてごらん。少し触るよ。
Dr. Leskinen looked at the wound. When he touched me, I felt more pain, but I gritted my teeth to endure it.
大丈夫。傷はそんなに深くない。
よかった。
これを使いなさい。
すみません。
I put the handkerchief he offered me up to my temple.
襲ってきた人、セミナーにいた人だわ。
本当か？
覚えてない？あなたが異議を出した相手よ。
Oh. That's right. It sounded like he was insulting Kurisu, so I shouted objection at him. That was the guy. Was this his way of getting back at me? Not a chance.
神の与えし魂とは神の子である我々にこそ宿る。決してシリコンの上には宿らない。
何？
銃を撃つ前に言ってたんだ。
アマデウスのことかしら。
さあ。
I could faintly hear police car sirens in the distance. The hotel security guards and staff were starting to gather.
なあ、この状況、どう説明したらいいんだ？
I don't know, some psycho just came at us?
ありのまま言うしかないわ。私たちだって何が何だか。
And then Maho's eyes went wide. She, Dr. Luskinen, and the crowd were all staring at a single point. I looked too and almost screamed.
つまずきを与えるよがもたらすものが忌まわしい。
He's still alive. Does he have anything more drastic? The man crawled out from the wreckage of the stand, covered in blood. And then he staggered to his feet. He looked like a zombie. All his limbs, except the one holding the gun, were pointed off in impossible directions. And I could see what looked like bones sticking out from them. His stomach was torn open, and each time he crawled forward, I could see major organs, covered in blood, falling out of the hole. Christ. But he moved toward us as if he felt no pain at all. Doesn't that remind you of the perfect soldier that Reyes was talking about? It was such an awful sight that no one could speak. The man unsteadily aimed a gun toward Dr. Leskinen. He must have been on the edge of death. He must have been on the verge of death because his arm was flailing around too much to aim. But Dr. Leskinen's expression was pure terror, and he seemed unable to move.
もっとく魂今教授逃げ
A shot rang out. Fresh blood flew out of the man's head, and his body was blown away as if it had been hit by a truck. He fell to the ground, still clutching his gun. He tried to crawl forward anyway, but soon twitched and stopped moving. The crowd began to scream. The attacker had been shot? Did he shoot himself? No, that gunshot was clearly different than the last ones. Who had just fired? I looked around. I could see several policemen coming from the entrance, but none of them had their guns drawn, and the crowd was nothing but security and hotel staff. I couldn't see any of them carrying a gun. So who had fired? And where had they fired from? And the way they took the attacker's head off with a single shot. Not just anyone could do that.
何が起きてるんだよ。
Of course, no one told me. Afterward, the police took us into custody. We were taken to the police station and questioned until late into the night. The sun was almost about to rise by the time we left. The police took me home in a patrol car. Dr. Leskinen and Maho were having the police take them back to their hotel in Wako. So we split up in front of the police station. We never did find out why the man had attacked us. Oh, maybe it was Suzuha, but why would she be there? She felt dizzy. That was strange, Suzuha thought. She stopped moving. Since she was in the middle of the sidewalk, the other pedestrians looked irritated as they moved around her. She took a deep breath and waited for a moment, but she still felt dizzy. Actually, she was finding it difficult to stand. Was she hallucinating? Or was the whole world starting to get blurry? All the noise of the city around her suddenly felt very far away. It was like she was diving underwater. Was this the reading Steiner ability that Uncle Okarin had talked about? Was she starting to acquire it too? And then she realized how warm she felt. The truth hit her.
具合悪いのか、私。
She somehow managed to stagger back to the lab. It seemed she was worse off than she thought. If she could have, she would have fallen to her knees right there. Oh gosh. Oh wait a second. I think at the very beginning of the game, we were told that there was a virus going around, right? It was never brought up since later on, but there's a virus going around. So maybe Suzuha has contracted the virus? Question mark? Strafo Derpa, some religious organization. Suzuha's sick? Okay. During the war and afterwards, when she joined up with her dad's organization, she'd been hurt badly enough to go into a coma several times. But this was the first time something like this had happened since she became a time traveler.
まずいな。
She looked up to the second floor. The lights were on. She felt honestly relieved to know her dad was there. She walked up the stairs. The door was unlocked. The doors were never locked, it seems. She didn't have the energy to speak, so she tried to silently take off her shoes. And then she tripped. She fell forward.
Suzuha?
Oh, Daru. Itaru was in the room. She saw her and ran over.
大丈夫か?
She rubbed her knee and tried to stand up, but staggered again and fell into Itaru's arms.
どうしたん?
ごめん、ちょっとめまいがね。すずさん、体調悪いの？平気ですか？
When she heard those voices, Suzuha finally realized that Yuki and Mayuri were also in the room. She let her guard down, she realized. Yuki seemed unconcerned by Suzuha's obvious uneasiness. She walked over with a serious expression on her face.
すずはさん、おでこを貸してください。
Yuki brushed her bangs aside and put her own forehead up against Suzuha's. Mom! Suzuha's heart started pounding. She had distant memories of her mother doing this before.
ひどい熱、大変だわ。
え?
Daru puts his big hand up to Suzuha's cheek as well.
お、本当だ。
風邪かな？平気。こんなのすぐに治るから。
無理すんなって。今すぐ横になるべきだろ、ジョーコ。
そうですよ。それは分かってる。ちょっとだけ休ませてもらうよ。
Suzuha used the last of her energy to reach the sofa. She collapsed on top of it and closed her eyes. Calm down, she told herself.
まゆし、濡れタオル持ってくるね。橋田さん、鈴葉さんの着替えは？
こっち。みんなこの中に。もちろん僕中を漁って、はぁはぁ、くんかくんかとかしてないから。
No, Dad, I did not need to. No, Dad, but okay. Sniff, sniff. Onomatopoeia used to describe the act of smelling something. Often used in manga and on the internet, it is a favorite phrase of perverted gentlemen. The origin of the term is unclear, but its usage has been recorded as far back as a popular manga in the early 1980s.
くだらないこと言ってると風邪のウイルスを伝染させてやるよ、兄さん。
Suzuha kept her eyes shut as she complained.
適当に選んで着替えさせてあげても？
頼むよ。僕じゃそういうわけにもいかないから。はい。
As she listened to the conversation going on around her, Suzuha felt a cold towel on her forehead.
どう？悪いね、まゆ姉さん。気にしないで。
僕ちょっと風邪薬買ってくるからしばらくやろう。
うん。いってらっしゃい。鈴葉さん、起きられますか？お兄さんが戻ってくる前に着替えだけ済ませてしまいましょう。
Suzuha opened her eyes. Oh dear. Are we going to get into a okay. Suzuha opened her eyes. Yuki was standing over her and looking down.
いや、このままでいいよ。今までもそうしてきたし。
In fact, before Suzuha became a time traveler, there were many times when she'd been unable to rest, even if she was sick. Many times she wasn't able to change clothes or even lie down. Compared to that, this was a lot nicer.
ダメです。風邪はひき始めが肝心ですよ。でもじゃありません。早く脱いで。
Yuki was a little more forceful than usual as she tried to take Suzuha's clothes off. Suzuha jumped up, surprised.
わかった。やるよ。自分でやる。汗びっしょり。まゆりちゃん、乾いたタオルはある？はい、これ。
Yuki took the towel that Mayuri had brought from the shower room and gently wiped the sweat off Suzuha's forehead and neck.
くすぐったい。少し我慢してください。子供じゃないんだから。
But she is your child, Yuki. Suzuha shook as she was rubbed with a towel. She wasn't used to being touched, and this was the first time since she was very young that anyone had done this to her.
もういい。自分でやるってば。別に遠慮しなくても。遠慮とかじゃないから。
Suzuha grabbed a towel from Yuki, trying her best to hide herself from the gaze of the other two. She took off her clothes and wiped away the sweat. Her face felt really hot. She didn't know if it was because of the fever or not, but she was finding it difficult to think straight.
これでいい？はい、よくできました。あとはこれを着てください。
She grabbed a new pair of underwear and clothes from Yuki. Still trying to hide herself, she put them on. When she lay back down on the sofa, Yuki put a blanket on her.
まゆりちゃん、このお部屋って洗濯機はないんだっけ？
It is more of this, like, mother and child scene, isn't it? It's adorable. I love it.
いっつもそれで困るんだよ。まゆし、後でコインランドリーへ行ってくるね。そんなことまでしてくれなくていいってば。
And the funny music, yeah. It is such a emotional whiplash after Okabe's scene, wasn't it? Where we were talking about like people's organs falling out.
こういう時はお互い様ですよ。そうだよ、すずさん。お腹は空いてます？何か食べられそうですか？
Please, kare. Please, can I have kare? Suzuha looked at Yuki, then Mayuri, and was about to mumble another refusal. But in the end, she gave up and pulled the blanket up to her nose. This was really hard.
お腹はそんなに。でも薬を飲む前に食べておかないと。
Suzuha is like dealing with two mothers right now.
おかゆなんかどうかな。それいいね。じゃあすぐに作りますから、ちゃんと寝ていてくださいね。うん。
ただいまだお。
Itaru came back. Oh, it's so weird to say Itaru. Itaru came back from the drugstore a while later.
疲れた。
He was really out of breath. He must have gone running there and back. You're only exhausted because you never exercise, she thought to herself. But for some reason, the sight of her exhausted father made her happy, and she quickly shook her head.
ご苦労様、ダルくん。これからおかゆ作るんだ。それを食べたら薬を飲ませてあげてください。
オーケードーケー。
Daru walked over to Suzuha as he answered.
具合はどうなん？
よくない。
Oh.
やっぱ疲れが溜まってたんだな。鈴葉が休んでるとこ見たことないし。
我ながら情けないよ。私、ここにいない方がいいかもしれない。
え？
No. Does she feel like she's getting soft? Is that why?
どこかで気が緩んでたんだ。父さんがいて、まゆ姉さんがいて、ルミ姉さんがいて、いつの間にか母さんまで。そのせいで時々任務を忘れそうになる。なんだかこの温かい時間がいつまでも続くんじゃないかって錯覚しそうになったり、このまま戦争なんて起きないんじゃないかってふと考えてしまったり、普通の女の子と同じような暮らしに憧れてしまいそうになったり。
She's breaking my heart.
それのどこが悪いって言うん？
When Daru spoke, his face was actually serious for once, and he was looking straight into Suzuha's eyes. It was the face of the father she knew so well, the man who was always there for her.
ここを出てどこへ行くつもりなんだよ。
それはマシンの中とか。
あんなところにずっといられるわけないだろ。
でも
あんなところに娘をずっと置いておけるわけないだろう。
とさ。
For a moment, Suzuha was about to cry. She squeezed the blanket as hard as she could to stop herself. And then...
おっと、なんかマジレスしちゃった。
Alright, shitpost. Net slang, a catch-all term for posts with inane jokes, memes, and other nonsense that adds little to no value to a conversation. This is the Daru we know and love.
とにかく僕は可愛い子と一緒にいられるのが嬉しくて、こっそりハーハーしたりクンカクンカするのが楽しみなのだぜ。
See, it's interesting. Like, sometimes I wonder if this is all also somewhat similar to Hoin Kyoma, right? Perhaps not with as good as a reason for a development, but like this persona, this perverted gentleman persona.
特に風で汗まみれになってる女の子は大好物です。
Alright, move on, Daru. You're making me uncomfortable.
やめて。
だったら早く直すといいよ。僕にハスハスされるのが嫌だったらね。
わかったよ。
Suzuha whispered back a response and turned away from Itaru and pulled the blanket closer.
お？もしかして今の僕の言葉でトラウマ解消しちゃった？好感度アップ？
バカなこと言ってると治ってからひどい目に遭わせるよ。
ブーツ履いてゴリゴリ踏んづけるとかそういう？
No, she's gonna punch the light out of you.
指と爪の間にいろいろ刺す。
それだけはマジで勘弁してください。すみません。
She could smell the pleasant scent of Mayuri and Yuki's cooking from the kitchen.
なあ、鈴葉。そろそろ教えてくんないかな。毎日何をしに出かけてるん？僕にも手伝えることあるかもしんないし。
後で。 二人きりになったら話すよ。
あ、うん。それでもいいけど。
まゆ姉さんには聞かせられない話なんだ。
え？
Oh? Yeah. There was no way she could tell Mayuri. Three days later. Alright, time to update the shower counter. There we go. Suzuha was still sick. Yuki came over every day with Mayuri to check on her. Because of this, Suzuha was able to eat nutritious food, and her fever had gone down. Now all that was left was to get her strength back. But still, Yuki kept telling her she needed to lie down. This meant that, for better or for worse, Suzuha spent her whole day on the sofa, half asleep. Somewhere in her half-awake mind, she heard a terribly off-key tune. It's not terribly off-key. It's pretty good. Since she also heard the sound of falling water, it was probably coming from the shower room.
これ何の歌だっけ？ねえ、母さん。
Suzuha had heard it when she was very young. Her mother had been singing it, just like she was now. But what exactly the song was about, she just couldn't remember.
もう起きなきゃ。いつまでも寝てられない。
But even when she tried to open her eyes, they just wouldn't move. Her body must have needed more rest. Maybe Yuki was right, and she needed to lie down some more. She moaned and twisted slightly. When she did, the blanket fell to the floor. She didn't feel like she had the energy to pick it up. She could sense someone standing up from the desk where Itaru always used the PC. Whoever they were, they came over and put the blanket back on.
まゆ姉さんの匂い。
Weirdly, Mayuri always smelled good when she wasn't using perfume. It was a slightly sweet smell, like a pale white flower. It was the scent that had held her all night on that distant day in the future when she had lost her mother. Suzuha pulled her legs inside the blanket and grabbed onto her knees like a baby in the womb. Memories went in and out of her mind as she lay there half asleep.
ママは痛い思いとかしたのかな？苦しい思いとかしたのかな？
She suddenly remembered what Kagari had said to her after they'd traveled through time. 2036, the day when she had left. At the last second, Mayuri had looked at Suzuha and Kagari inside the time machine and smiled. It was just like the gentle smile on Suzuha's mother's face when she had died protecting her daughter.
すずさん、起こしちゃった？ちょっと前から起きてた。何か食べる？
After she said yes, Suzuha snapped back to reality. She was getting weaker. When she realized that, she forced her sick body off the sofa. Her head shook, and she had to stop herself from falling forward. But she grabbed the back of the sofa and managed to stand on her own 2 feet.
ああ、ダメだよ。そんな急に起きちゃう。もう平気。迷惑かけたね、まゆ姉さん。迷惑だなんて、そんなことないよ。
Mayuri went to the kitchen and turned on the burner underneath one of the pots. The sound and smells of bubbling stew filled the whole lab. Mayuri mixed it with a ladle and stopped everything once in a while to taste it. She turned towards Suzuha and smiled.
ああ、大成功だよ。まゆ姉さんが作ったの？うん。ゆきさんのおかげで、まゆしーの腕はめきめき上達しているのです。兄さんは？メイクインに行ったよ。その後はバイトなんだって。そっか。あ、ダルくんがいないからって夜出かけようとか思ってるでしょ。ダメだよ。平気。平気じゃないよ。そういうこと言うとゆきさんに叱ってもらっちゃうから。私がどうかしたの
？The curtain to the bathroom opened, and Yuki came out. Her skin was just a little flush.
すずさんがね、寝ていてくれないのです。まあ、ダメですよ、すずはさん。あと1日、おとなしくしていること、いいですか
Suzuha's answer was less than enthusiastic, but she gave in to Yuki's glare and sat back down on a sofa.
はい、そのまま横になって。わかったよ。
She pouted and slumped down on the sofa, and then pulled a blanket on top of her. Suzuha was capable of talking back to Big Sis Mayu, but she would never be able to talk back to Yuki.
何？すずさんってそうしてると可愛いなーって思って。今の姿をダルくんに見せたらちょっと危ないかも。そうだね。時々本当に兄弟なのかなって思うことあるし。気持ち悪いこと言うな。あれれ、すずはさん、もしかして照れてます？照れてなんかいない。本当に？当たり前だろ。なんで私が。と言いつつ照れてるすずさんってやっぱり可愛いね。萌えだね、萌え。うるさいな。
Suzuha couldn't say anything, so she just had to turn away.
さてと、まゆしはそろそろアルバイトに行かなきゃ。シチューは食べていかないの？アルバイトの帰りにもう一回ここに寄るつもりなんだ。その時に食べようかと思って。じゃあサラダか何か作っておいてあげる。一緒に食べて。ありがとう、ゆきさん。楽しみにしてるね。
Mayuri told Suzu one more time that she needed to keep lying down, and then left for May Queen plus Nyan Nyan. Yuki went to the kitchen and added a few seasonings to the stew Mayuri made, then turned off the burner.
あ、そうだ、すずはさん、汗かいてるでしょ。食事の前に体拭いておきましょうか。いいって言ってるじゃないか。
Yuki wanted to do stuff like that every day, and each time Suzuha frantically refused.
シャワーは無理でもちゃんときれいにしておかなくちゃ。昨日も一昨日もやったんだからいいって。1週間や2週間くらい放っておいても死ぬわけじゃないし。1週間ってそんなのダメですダメです。
Yuki hurried to the shower room. Oh no.
あのさ、自分でできるから。そういうこと言う人に限っていつまでもやらないんですよね。そんなことダメです。
Yuki came back with a bowl filled with hot water and a towel. She could be stubborn when she got it this way. Suzuha had learned that well over the past 3 days, Yuki was just like the mother she remembered. She slowly and uneasily stood up, and then she took off her top, trying her best not to let Yuki see her skin.
女の子同士なんだからそんなに恥ずかしがらなくても構わないだろ別に。背中だけ私が拭いてあげますね。いい、子供じゃないんだからできる。でもちゃんと拭けないと思うし。いいってば。
Yuki seemed a little shocked, but she quickly handed over the hot, wet towel.
ごめんなさい。触られるのが嫌な人もいますよね。私こそ悪かった。大きな声出したりして。お湯テーブルの上に置いておきますから。夕飯の支度しちゃいます。
Yuki walked off, dejected. When Suzuha saw that she was focused on finishing the cooking, she slipped behind the curtains into the back part of the room. She used a towel and washbowl to wipe herself down. She couldn't let Yuki see her body. There were scars, both old and new, all over her, and burn marks that might never heal. To her, these wounds were like medals from the vicious battles that she survived, and she didn't care who saw them. But she didn't want to let her mother, who'd given birth to her, or rather, would give birth to her, see them. Especially not the dozens of pale white marks around her breasts.
母さん。
She still remembered that nightmarish day. The bullets which had killed her mom had lost their power when they passed through her organs, but still managed to dig into Suzuha's skin. And when they did, they were covered in her mother's blood and flesh. The scars would probably never heal completely. To Suzuha, they were her mother's grave. She shook her head, tried to try and get the nightmare out of her mind. She took her bottoms off, too, and then wiped herself clean all the way down to her toes. And then she put on a new pair of underwear. It was only after she finished putting on her newly clean clothes that she felt human again. When she came back, Yuki was putting bowls filled with stew and salad onto the table. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence filled the room.
できました。
Yuki broke the silence first.
ありがとう。どのくらい食べますか？いや、いいよ。それくらいは私がやる。
Suzuha put just enough stew and salad for her meal onto her own plate, and then made a plate for Yuki as well.
ません。いや、こっちこそ食事の用意なんてさせて悪い。具合が悪い時はお互い様と言ったはずですよ。食べ終わったらちゃんと薬も飲んでくださいね。うん。
The two sat on the sofa and filled their mouths with stew and salad. The stew had a mild, gentle flavor. It felt like something Mayuri would make.
ずいぶん上達したでしょ、まゆりちゃん。缶詰をただ温めただけとかそういうわけじゃないんですよ。大したもんだね。鈴葉さんもやってみません？教えますよ。私はいいよ。柄じゃないし。そんなことないと思いますけど。まあいつかね。いつかっていう人は結局最後までやらないんですよ。それさっきも似たようなこと言ってた。そうでしたっけ？うん。
And then the conversation ceased for a time. Suzuha slurped down her stew. She had terrible manners and tried to come up with something to talk about. This time, it was Suzuha's turn to break the silence. After what she just remembered, she couldn't bear to be silent around Yuki.
さっきの歌だけどさ、あれ、なんだっけ？歌？シャワールームで、ほら。もしかして歌ってました？私。
The power of the song. Oh my gosh.
恥ずかしい。下手なのに歌うの好きだからつい口ずさんじゃうんですよね。別にうまい下手なんて気にしなくていいと思うけど、何の歌だったか思い出せなくてさ。
Absolutely nobody realized they were singing, it seems.
実は私もなんですよ。
I think we got really lucky, like the way that the pathing worked, that we just did Kagari's path, and then now we're down to this storyline. This is perfect.
印象的なところだけ覚えてるというか、子供の頃に流行った教育番組の歌か何かだとは思うんですけど。
Wait. Interesting. So in this timeline, she got it. She couldn't pinpoint it.
役に立てなくてすみません。鈴葉さんはいつ頃あの歌を？私も子供の時かな。母さんがよく歌ってくれたよ。優しそうな人ですもんね、鈴葉さんのお母さん。うん。
The conversation flowed so naturally that she didn't think about how she responded. A second later, she realized what she said, and then she stared at her mother.
どうしました？私の母さん。どういうこと？どういうことって、おとといお見かけしまして。ですから、おとといここを訪ねていらしたんです。
Right?
そんなバカな。お母さんが来たらおかしいんですか？
So someone is claiming to be her mother.
だって。
There was no way she could say that her mother was right in front of her. Confused, she fell silent. Yuki, for her part, must have come to some conclusion about the reason for Suzuha's reaction. She started to stammer and fidget.
ごめんなさい。私何も知らなくて、もしかして お母さんとの間に何か？いや、喧嘩をして家出してるとかそういうわけじゃ。今にして思えばなんか変ですよね。お母さんたら橋田さんには着替えや差し入れを持ってきていたのに、鈴葉さんには何も。
Huh?
と、兄さんに着替え、差し入れ。
It's probably just Daru's mom.
はい。
Suzuha thought as hard as she could and finally reached an answer.
あ、そうか。
Yuki was talking about Hashida Itaru's mother. In other words, Suzuha's grandmother, who she'd never seen except in pictures. But since she told Yuki that she was Itaru's sister, it was natural that she'd make the wrong assumption.
どうしました？なんでもない。
I wonder if Yuki will ever know. If Itaru had said even a word to her about it, it wouldn't have happened. How stupid. She had to give him a lecture later. While Suzuha was thinking about the talking to her dad was going to get, Yuki had already started to sympathize with her imagined plight. Oh.
鈴葉さん、私いつでも相談に乗りますからね。何でも話してくださいね。
So that's the kind of character Yuki is. For some reason, her eyes were starting to well up.
ありがとう。
Suzuha didn't know how to react to this, but she felt a little embarrassed.
やっぱり優しいんだな、母さんは。
Just like she had told Itaru, this place was too comfortable. She was starting to imagine that this life would continue forever. But sending this brief, happy time beyond the horizon of the world line was supposed to be Suzuha's mission. If she didn't, this world would be destroyed.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。
Master. As I walked into the maid cafe May Queen plus Nyan Squared, plus Nyan Nyan, the cat-eared maids working there greeted me cheerfully. It was a weekday evening, so there were more open seats than usual.
おかえりなさいませ。今日な、じゃなくて、おかりん。
ああ。今日はまゆりは？
まゆしーならもうすぐ来るにゃ。あと30分くらい。
そっか。
Mayuri had been working here for a while now. Her maid name was Mayushi Nyanyan. Mayushi. When she was a maid, she wore a long blonde wig and cat ears, and looked very different from her usual self.
ダルに呼ばれたんだ。もう来てるかな？
いつもの席に。
I looked toward the back corner and saw a silhouette sitting next to the window with the sun at its back.
あと、今日は知り合いが一緒なんだ。メイドカフェ初心者なんで、俺とダルの話が終わるまで、ちょっと相手してもらってもいいか？
にゃにゃ、お知り合い、どちら様かにゃ？
おい、ヒヤジョさん、こっち。
Oh, we brought Maho. I called to Maho. She was fidgeting outside the store, apparently unwilling to come in.
おかりんが可愛い女の子を連れてるにゃ。
We're always bringing cute girls.
いや、そんなに驚かなくてもいいだろ
う。しかも、背の高さから見て小学生か中学生？
Oh, Maho's gonna be pissed.
違う。
フェリスというものがありながら新しい恋人、新しいロリ恋人を作るにゃんて。
違うって。彼女はアメリカの大学から研究のために。
これはもう円卓会議で糾弾するしかないにゃ。
人の話を聞いてくれ。
一体何の話をしているのかしら。
Oh, you didn't catch the part where someone called you an elementary school student? Okay. Maho had finally made it inside, and she was staring at me and Ferris with suspicious eyes. I'd gone with Maho to the police to talk about the attack again. After that, we both realized that we hadn't eaten, so I brought her here. Ferris stood up to her full height, gave a cute little bow, and then did one of her cat-like poses.
お帰りになさいませ、お嬢様。
Mistress. I love it.
当店ではいらっしゃいませじゃなくてお帰りなさいませというのにゃ。
ああ、そういうことなのね。
I think Maho is having a culture shock moment. She's like, I'm kind of judging, but I'm not I don't want to let people know that I'm judging, so I'm gonna smile politely.
フェリスニャンニャンだにゃ。お嬢様、お名前は？
ヒア城真帆よ。
ヒア城というと沖縄のお嬢様かにゃ。
あら、よく知ってるのね。いつも聞き返されるか間違えられるかのどっちかなのに、しかも沖縄の名前ということまで。
当然だにゃ。フェイリスは3世代前の前世で琉球王国の彼方にある理想郷パイパディローマを守護する精霊だったんだにゃ。
Alright, are we ready for Ferris's Chunipil? I think we should start. Yeah, we should start with this one. Paipatiroma, a mystical, legendary island whose name written in kanji means the island between the shiny southern waves. It is said to be located even further south than Hateruma Island, Okinawa Prefecture, the southernmost inhabited island of Japan. In Okinawa, Pai means south, Pati means end, and Roma means coral reef. So altogether, it means the southernmost coral reef. The Okinawa faith has always believed that beyond the sea lies a mythical utopia called Nirai Kanai, and Paitati Roma is believed to be a variant of this. And another theory states that geographically it could be referred to Taiwan or Luzon Island, but neither of these theories have been proven. Incidentally, another island in the Yaeyama Islands, Yonaguni Island, has a belief in a legendary island called Haidonan, located at the south of the ocean. This island, just like Paipatiroma, is said to be south of the Yaeyama Islands. This goes to show just how deeply embedded the Nirai Kanai belief is in this area. Ryukyu Kingdom. The kingdom that would later become modern-day Okinawa. Okay, so this is not Chunibyo, this is just Ferris's deep understanding of history and folklore. Kiryu Kingdom. Ryukyu. Wow, not Kiryu. Ryukyu Kingdom. The kingdom that would later become modern-day Okinawa. The Ryukyu Kingdom's history is quite long, stretching back nearly half a millennium. The kingdom was an independent monarchy ruled by the king of Ryukyu, and is served as a major trading nation in Asia. Because of this, the kingdom prospered for a long 450 years. The capital was located in Shuri, which was located in what is now Naha, and the king's residence, Shuri Castle, was the administrative center. Aside from the king, high-ranking noble families called Uekata built a castle called Gusugu on top of mountains and hills, and ruled over their own specific areas. Wow, this is a long one. In 1609, the Ryukyu kingdom was invaded by the Satsuma domain and was forced to pay tribute to both the Satsuma domain and the Edo shogunate. In the process, the Ryukyu kingdom became the Ryukyu domain, but they were still allowed to maintain their independent status. However, in 1879, the government of Meiji Japan forced them to surrender Shuri Castle, and with that, the Ryukyu domain officially became part of Japan as Okinawa Prefecture. Religious rituals played an extremely important role in the Ryukyu kingdom, and they were always performed by priestesses called Noro. Cool. I was a spirit guardian, which lies okay.
はい。そう、あの頃、フェイリスたち精霊の声はノロを通じて人々に届き、王国を正しい姿へと導いていたのにゃ。
So Noro was the priestess that we just read about. High-ranking priestesses that existed in 12th century Okinawa, festivals and religious rituals played an important role in Okinawan life, and it is always the job of a woman to lead them. This can be attributed to the widely held belief that women are the only ones who may speak with the gods, which is an idea that can be found all around the world. This is making you super curious about ancient Japanese history. You should look into it. I feel like I definitely had took a class in college for Japanese history. And I remember it was really cool, but do I recall much of it? No, not at all.
ところが、荒ぶる怪人たちがパイパティローマに攻め込んできて、ついにフェイリスたちはごめんなさい。この人は何を言っているの
Maho just accept it and deal with it.
なんというか、秋葉で通じる特別な言語のようなものだな。
そうなの
I love that. Isn't that funny? It is a special dialect spoken exclusively by the people of Akihabara. I love it.
あまり考えると頭がパンクするぞ。
すでにパンクしそうなんだけれど。
She's singing the song of her people.
とにかくしばらく待っててくれ。向こうに座ってる友達と話があるんだ。
I pointed to Daru, and when she saw him by the window, her eyes
どう
narrowed.
かした？
ずいぶん大きな人ね。
後で紹介するよ。少しは痩せるように言ってやってほしいな。
What? No.
それじゃあ、マホにゃん、お席へ案内するにゃ。
Another maid had just finished cleaning a table.
マホにゃんかわいいにゃ。
Oh, Maho is like, what is this land of Akihabara?
できれば普通に呼んでもらえないかしら。
Maho-nyan.
これが普通だにゃ。さあ、こちらへどうぞ、マホにゃ。
Like Lenyan. Maho remained dead silent as she was led to a seat near where Daru was sitting. I headed to Daru's table too. I sat across from him and ordered some coffee from a nearby maid.
見損なったぞオカリン。リア充爆発しろ。
Ryatsu bakatsiro.
フェイリスと同じようなこと言うなって違うんだよ。
何が違うんだ。あんな合法ロリコ。
Oh my god, no.
しかも すごく可愛いのになんだか垢抜けなくて残念な感じがたまらないよ。オカリンのくせに生意気だ。ぬふー。
そういうこと本人に言うなよ。怒ると怖いぞ。
I glanced over at Maho, who was staring at the menu and trying her best to keep up with Ferris.
前に電話で話しただろ。襲われた時に一緒だった。レスキネン教授の助手の。
そんなことはどうでもいいっつうの。問題はオカリンが僕を差し置いて可愛いおにゃの子を連れ歩いているっつうことなのだぜ。
Okay, hold on. I need to show you guys something.
お前もすればいいだろう。デートとか。
And I hope I didn't mishear it. But let's try it. Let's repeat this line.
そんなことはどうでもいいっつうの。問題はオカリンが僕を差し置いて可愛いおにゃの子を連れ歩いているっつうことなのだぜ。
Okay, so you guys probably just heard onya noko. So in Japanese, girls is onna noko. So he's picking up Ferris' speech while he's here, I guess. It's wonderful. I love it.
闇だとさらにできるようになったな、オカリン。
嫌味じゃない。ユキさんを誘ったらどうなんだ。
ぐぬぬん。
Okay, I'm starting to think that Daru and Yuki are a wonderful pair.
まさかまだ全然アプローチしてないのか。
いいんだ。僕は魔法使いになるんだから。
A wizard. Alright, let's see. A wizard, there's an urban legend on the internet stating that if a man is still a virgin past the age of 30, he becomes a wizard. Okay. It is also said that if the wizard furthers his training, he can turn into a fairy.
おいおい、それじゃまずいだろう。鈴葉が生まれてこなくなる。
Uh-huh, yeah. Think of the consequences of your actions, Daru.
それを言われると。
ユキさんのこと嫌いじゃないんだろ。
そりゃ綺麗な人だし、太ももとかうなじとかハーハーするけど。
やめないか変態。
Yes, tell him off. Do it, Okarin.
変態じゃないよ。変態紳士だよ。
Still a pervert.
どっちでもいい。俺は恋愛的な意味で言ってるんだ。
Daru leaned over the table and sipped his iced tea through a straw.
そういうのよくわかんないんだよね。
って子供か。
今日のお前が言うなすればここですか？
We stared at one another. I love the bickering. Love it. He was right. When it came to romance, I didn't really have the right to talk.
まあいいや。そういう話をしたくて呼んだわけじゃないし。
確かに。本題に入ってくれ。
うん。実はさ、話は2つあって。
Here Daru stopped and casually looked around. There were many people in the cafe, and thanks to Ferris, there was no one sitting near us. As long as we didn't yell, there was no risk of being overheard. I realized that the old me's habits were coming back. Was it because I'd just gone through something out of a Hollywood movie?
まず一つ目な。まゆしには内緒にしてほしいんだけど、人を探してるんだよ。
まゆりに内緒？
うん。
Have we met Kagari in this timeline? I don't think we have.
なんで？
ちょっとね。
He seemed reluctant to speak.
オカリンってさ、まゆしの幼なじみだろ？まゆしの友達か知り合いで、かがりって名前の子知らない？
Mm-hmm.
かがり？
Of course, I didn't know every single one of her friends, but I've never heard of that name.
いや、俺の知ってる限りは。
じゃあ名前は置いといて、マユシと特別に仲の良かった女友達とかは？
そうだな。
There was a group of kids she used to play with in the elementary school. I told Daru their names. Of course, he knew all her friends since high school. She was especially close to Fubuki and Kaede from her cosplay group, as well as Ferris and the other maids at May Queen plus Nyan Nyan. There was also Luca, even if he wasn't a girl.
俺が答えられるのはこの程度だ。お前が知ってることと大して変わらない。すまないな。
いや、それでも十分だよ。助かった。
Daru took out his smartphone and wrote down the names of the girls I'd given him.
なんでマユリ本人に聞かないんだ？
まあ、いろいろあって。
というか、誰なんだ、かがりって。どうして誰がその人を
Daru was unconsciously tapping the table. He seemed to be deciding how to best to explain it.
実は僕じゃなくて、鈴葉が探してるんだよね。
鈴葉が？なんで彼女がマユリの知り合いなんか？
No way, if Suzuha was
そ
involved.
れはつまりマユリの未来に関係あるってことか。だからマユリには言えない。
まあね。その子の名前さ、椎名かがりって言うんだと。
椎名？
うん。
マユリの親戚か何かか？
そうじゃない。いや、そうじゃないこともない。マユシの娘なんだってさ。
ああ。
He said it so naturally that I almost missed it. I see. Her daughter. Huh? Her daughter. What does daughter mean again? Daughter, daughter, daughter. Mayuri's daughter.
マユリの娘？
声がでかいっつーの。
I swallowed my words as best I could.
本当なのか？それ。
ただ、実の子供じゃないらしい。繊細孤児だったのを養子にしたとかなんとか。
A war orphan. I couldn't even imagine what chain of events in the future would bring that about. But it sounded a lot like something Mayuri would do. Even in the worst war line, Mayuri would still know the joy of having a child. Maybe it was wrong, but that still made me feel a little better. But at the same time, I felt a little worried about whether she could raise a kid.
でも変じゃないか。なんでこの時代にマユリの娘が？
鈴葉と一緒に2036年から脱出してきたみたいなんだよ。
なんだって？
ところがさ、ミッションのために1998年の秋葉へ立ち寄って、そこではぐれちゃったって。鈴葉は必死になって探したんだけど、見つからなかったらしい。
それで1998年に置いてきたのか？
探してる最中、タイムマシンが見つかりそうになったみたいで、かがりを残したままジャンプせざるを得なかったって言ってた。その後は数ヶ月単位の小さな移動を繰り返していろいろ手を尽くしたんだけど、2000年まで進んだところで燃料がギリギリになっちゃって。
Oh, okay, that explains a lot.
で、本来のミッションを果たすために一気に2010年まで飛んだっていうことか。
I finished his sentence and Daru nodded.
けど鈴葉は 今に来てからもまだ諦めずにずっと探し続けてるんだよね。つうことで、それとなくまゆしに聞いといてくれるかな。
俺が
10年ちょい前に自分と同じくらいの年の子が会いに来なかったかとか。
わかった。聞いてみるよ。
If I could find her, I wanted to. Adopted or not, she was the future Mayuri's daughter, and I felt a little guilty about things with Suzuha. I wanted to help if I could. Just then, the maid brought my coffee. As I drank it, I looked over to Maho's seat. Ferris had barely left her alone for an instant.
それじゃあこれからパンケーキをさらに美味しくする魔法をかけるにゃ。
Oh, Maho.
魔法？さあ、マホニャもご一緒に。世界がやばいにゃ陰謀にゃ。
普通に食べさせてもらえないかしら。
ここではこれが普通にゃ。
Maho is just, oh, I love it.
ではどうぞ召し上がれにゃ。
いただきます。
マホニャ、垂れるにゃ。蜂蜜が垂れちゃうにゃ。
あら、
もう赤ちゃんみたいだにゃ。
赤ちゃん。
They looked like they were having a good time. Ferris looked like she was having a good time. I don't know about Maho. I turned back to Daru.
一つ目の話は分かった。で、二つ目ってのは？
これオカリンに聞いていいもんか迷ったんだけど。
Oh, the nostalgia of this track. I love it. Alright. Come at me, Daru.
なんだ、水臭いな。
やっぱやめた方がいいかな。
He just mumbled to himself and didn't say anything. It was rare for Daru to hesitate like
言っ
this.
てみろよ。答えたくないと思ったら拒否するから。
じゃあ。
His hand went for his smartphone. Huh, Rhine? This is about my secret job, so let's use this.
秘密のバイトというと。
Shh. Daru cut me off and pointed at my phone. I guess he wanted me to use it. Was it something even more secret than what we just talked about? Secret job? You mean you're hacking? Yeah, basically. It's not all illegal stuff, though. Okay, so you're saying that a lot of it is illegal. I make online systems for manufacturers and banks, and build and admin servers, boring things like that. Oh, and I do virus analysis and make security software. There's data recovery. Oh, and making new encryption tech too. Jesus, Daru. Seriously? So like a system engineer? Nothing formal like that, but we've got a bit of a reputation. Our group gets jobs from all over the world. I call myself Dash. What is that short for? I can't tell you. Why? I just can't. I don't think I can help you with that. You were close to Makise Kurisu, right? Daru, what have you done for Makise Kurisu? What do you mean? I want some help with her. I've hit a dead end with this job I'm doing. A job you're doing? What do you mean? He's dying.
ごめん。やっぱやめとく。
Daru said that to me directly and was about to put away his phone.
待て待て。こ こでやめられたら気になって夜も眠れなくなるだろ
でも
う。あんまり気を使うなよ。その方がかえって辛くなる。
わかったお。
He whispered and sent me another message on Rhine. Someone brought in a laptop and a portable hard drive to us a while back. Both of them have really strong full disk encryption on them and can't be booted without a password. Of course, you can't take the hard drive out and connect it to another PC either. The client hit up a bunch of places with no luck and finally came to us. Is the encryption that strong? I've heard that even full disk encryption can be broken by a pro. So instead of the mom being able to bring the laptop and the hard disk and give it to Maho, it was taken by this group that spoke Russian. And now they're coming to Daru to hack into the encryption. Not happening with this one. You know why? We were the ones who made it, baby. Huh? You guys made it? Then you can't deal with it yourself? I'm a believer that encryption needs to be a poison without an antidote, or there's no point. So you don't know how to break the code, even though you made it? Exactly. If we can break it, then other hackers who are just as good as us can break it too, right? And that's no good, duh. I see. And I swear, if you go epic super hacker work, bro, I'll end you. I wasn't planning on it. But what's this got to do with Kurisu? The laptop and the hard drive belong to Makise Kurisu. So Kurisu's belongings. I wanted to ask Daru directly, but stopped myself. Something seemed weird about the client, so I hit up the PC manufacturer's user registration database. How I did that is a secret, by the way. And I found that it was registered under her name. Same address too. It's definitely her. Who brought you the computer? Why would they have Kurisu's computer? Sorry, the rule says I can't say that. Were they Russian? Huh? Nope. Why Russia? Nakabatsu? Oh, so they're not Russian. No, if it's not, then fine. Okay, let's write this down. So Kurisu's laptop made it to Daru. Person who brought it in was not Russian. So what do you want me to do? I want a hint, man. You know any words that Makiseshi might use for her password? I can't brute force the password, so I have to do it the hard way. I've tried her birthday, graduation dates, and stuff. Address and phone too. Not that I can imagine her picking them for a password. And words commonly used in brain science or frequently used in her papers. I've got all that data. Now I'm trying stuff from her private life. And why would you help him, Okarin? It felt like the grave of someone I cared about was being violated. What kind of words did I associate with Kurisu's private life anyway? Kurigohan and Kamehameha? My fork? Or maybe something to do with her dad? I tried to remember more about Kurisu, but when I did, I started to think about her last moments. I quickly shut down that train of thought.
悪い。少し時間をくれないか。すぐには考えがまとまらない。
うん、了解。何か思い出したらでいいから。それに強制じゃないし、思い出したけど教えたくないならそれでいい。
ああ。
I sighed and gulped down my cold coffee.
オカリン、今日ラボでクリスマスパーティーやるって言っておいたよね。ちゃんと覚えてる？
Mayuri! Mayuri is getting all the fashion updates. All of them. I love it. She's so cute! She is so cute. Is everyone gonna have a Christmas outfit? I would love that. Even though I feel like Moika will show up in something very sketchy.
Oh, もちろん。
Of course she did. Mayuri has spent a lot of time preparing for this day. She was probably really looking forward to it.
どうかな？来られそう？
行くよ。6時からだろ。
今大学？
いや、和光市。知り合いの教授の研究室みたいなところにお邪魔してる。
和光市。
She had no idea what Wako City was, did she?
間に合う？
大丈夫だ。
She's breaking the limits of adorableness. She is. I love it when she does like the gesture that she's doing right now is probably my favorite. Like her little fists. Like, oh my god.
よかった。待ってるね。
Her voice got fainter on the phone for a second, and I heard the other girls.
オカリンさん、女子全員でサンタコスして待ってます。待ってるにゃ。待ってます。ほら、ルカ君も。僕は女子じゃ。
Oh?
ルカ君もコスプレしてるんですよ。
They finally convinced him.
すみません。脱ぎます。今すぐ脱ぎます。あら、もったいない。すごく似合ってるのに。
盛り上がってるな。
今、絶賛準備中なのです。マユシーなんか超ミニスカのサンタさんでめちゃくちゃキュートなんですよ。ちなみにパンツの色はピンクでしたぜ。
Holy crap, who is this?
うぶきちゃん何言ってるの？
Oh.
ごめんね、変な話して。とにかく待ってるからね。
ああ。
それじゃあまた後でね。
It sounded like the party had already begun at the lab. With all those girls there, I'm sure they were having a good time. Luca, you're the only guy. Hang in there. That's Luca's comfort place, I think. I chuckled and put away the phone.
ずいぶん賑やかだったわね。
It was Maho who spoke to me. Actually, only Maho and I were in the room.
今日、友達とクリスマスパーティーをやる予定なんだ。
ああ、そういえばもうそんな時期なのね。
君はそういうのには無頓着そうだな。
こっちに来てからは特にね。普段はいつもここにいるし、最近会う人といえば警察の人ばかりだし。
I tried to force a laugh at Maho's joke and looked around the room. It was dead silent. The exact opposite of the noisy lab I'd just heard on the other side of the phone, in fact. Nothing had changed since the first time I'd come, which meant that it was still only Maho and Dr. Leskinen that were working here. And the professor had been meeting with different researchers all the time since he'd come to Japan, so he wasn't spending much time in the lab. Did that mean Maho was spending most of her time cooped up in here alone? Well, that's normal for a scientist, I guess, but...
よかったら、ヒヤジョーさんも参加するか?
After what happened, she probably needed a chance to blow off some steam.
私？気を使わなくていいわ。こうして一人で研究できる方が気が楽なの。人間関係に煩わされずに済むから。
そんなものか。
Kurisa had said the same thing. Kurisu, huh?
それより本題に入りましょう。
That's right. I hadn't come all the way to Maho's lab to make small talk.
クリスに謝りたいとさっき言ったわよね。
ああ。
そのために私のところに来たと。
そうだ。
なぜ？
一人じゃ話しづらいんだ。
それで私に仲裁をしてほしいと。
そういうことになる。
変な人ね、あなた。
Maho's reaction surprised me. Was that weird?
最後に話した時に、俺が動揺しすぎたのが悪いんだが、かなり強引に話を打ち切ってしまったんだ。クリスの性格を考えると、確実に怒ってる。中途半端につながっている分、見えないプレッシャーで四六時中ビクビクしている身にもなってくれ。
Dr. Leskinen had been trying to help me out, but I would have felt better if he just stripped me of access.
そんなにびくつかなくても、クリスからは連絡しないようになっているわ。そう言ったでしょ？
そうなんだが。
But it's that lingering feeling, right?
喧嘩別れみたいなことにもなりたくないんだ。
I never wanted to go through what I experienced in the Alpha World Line again. In that World Line, I'd never been able to figure out what she was trying to tell me at the end.
まあいいわ。仲裁でも何でもするから、要件を済ませてしまいなさいよ。
助かるよ。
せっかくのクリスマスイブなんだから、少しは気の利いたことを言ってあげたらどう？
ああ、そうだな。
Not that I had any idea with what nice would be.
どうしたの？早くアクセスして。アプリのアイコンをタップするだけでいつでもつながるわ。
Alright. Yes, ma'am.
まさかまた連絡してくるなんて、何よ、何なの？
I love her reaction. That's so funny. Oh, she totally wasn't expecting that.
いや。
どうも、岡部倫太郎さん。私に何か用でも？もう話したくないんじゃなかった？
いや、その。
My eyes glanced toward Maho for help.
クリス、彼から話があるから少しだけ聞いてあげて。別に聞かないとは言ってませんよ。岡部さんは私とはもう会話を交わしたくないはずではと事実確認をしただけです。
She is so passive aggressive. Oh my god. Wow, she was mad. I knew it.
ほら、早くしなさいよ。
ああ。
I took a single deep breath and lifted up the phone.
悪かった。
With both hands, I bowed my head.
俺なんかに付き合ってくれていたのに、お前のその親切を裏切るような形になってしまった。それにこの前、最後に話した時、急に会話を打ち切ってしまったのも失礼だったと思ってる。昔あった個人的なことを思い出して混乱してしまったんだ。でもそれはお前には関係ないことだよな。テスターを辞めさせてもらう前にせめて一言だけ謝りたかった。以上だ。
Okay, Maho is so cute. She really looked like a child in this one. Kurisa was chuckling the same way Maho had just done.
それ本気で言ってるの？
なんだよ。こっちが真面目に謝っているのに笑うなんて。
だって私は人工知能よ。なのにそんな神妙な顔して本気で謝ってくれるなんて。この前私と話すのが照れくさいとも言っていたわね。変わった人。
お。
Was it weird to apologize to an AI and mean it? It probably was.
いいわ。正直ちょっと失望していたところだったんだけど、考えを改める。こっちから出す交換条件を飲んでくれたら水に流す。
交換条件だって。
What was she going to make me do? I had a bad feeling about this.
わかった。その条件とやら聞こう。
今日これから真帆先輩をディナーに誘いなさい。
Wow, Kurisu. Wow, okay.
は
Maho's eyes and mine went wide.
ちょっとクリス、何を言い出すかと思えば。
今日は何の日かご存じないんですか、先輩。
クリスマスイブ。
She's trying to set us up. Oh boy.
そういうことです。
どういうことよ。
My favorite Maho. A mad Maho is the best Maho.
さあ岡部さん、条件を飲むの？飲まないの？
Why does she look so excited?
わかったよ。ヒアジョさん、さっき話したパーティー、正式に君を招待する。ぜひ来てほしい。
パーティー？
友達と集まってクリスマスパーティーをやるんだよ。
そうじゃないでしょうが。あ、いや、でもいきなり二人きりだとハードル高いし、逆にいいか。
クリス、それ以上からかうと怒るわよ。私はパーティーなんて行かないわ。
だったら私も岡部さんを許しませんが。
ヒアジョさん、頼む。
どうしてこんな話になっているのよ。
先輩のために気を利かせてあげてるんじゃないですか。
あなたね。そもそも今日はこの後教授が帰ってくるのを待って研究の報告をしないといけないし。
いやー、リタロー、マホ、何の話かな？
Speak of the devil. Dr. Leskinen walked in at the perfect moment. Maho looked relieved and went to open the file on her desk.
おかえりなさい、教授。これが今日集計したデータなんですが。
マホ、ストップ。二人ともこれから出かけないかい？せっかくのクリスマスイブだ。仕事はもう終わりにして食事でも行こう。それとも 制約があるのかな？
教授ナイス。
ん？
教授、俺の友達がクリスマスパーティーを開くんですが、よかったらご一緒に。
素晴らしい。ぜひ参加させてもらおう。
Oh, let's go. I didn't even get to finish my sentence.
もちろん、魔法も行くんだろう。
That was the moment when Maho's last hope of escape was cut off. I understand, Maho. I'm antisocial like that too.
決まりですね。
Kurisa smiled mischievously from within the screen. She was quite the plotter. The real Kurisa used to do silly things like this too.
ねえ岡部。
When she called my name, I gasped.
私なんかに本気で謝ってくれてサンクス。嬉しかった。
いや、
気が向いたらまたいつでも話しかけてきて。暇つぶしぐらいには付き合うから。
気が向いたらな。
ええ、それじゃあまた。真帆先輩をよろしく。
クーリス満足したかしら。
ああ。
I felt more relieved than I thought I would. I realized that I really did love Makise Kurisa.
でも人工知能に謝るのはそんなに変か？俺の友達、この前メイクインで紹介したあいつなんかいつも二次元の女の子に土下座してるぞ。
You really should not consider Daru as the pinnacle of normalcy. You just really shouldn't use him as any sort of guideline.
そういう精神性は私にはちょっと。
Uh-oh. That freaked her out. Bad example.
とにかくヒアジョーさんのおかげで助かった。
クリスの交換条件なんか律儀に守る必要はないわよ。
まあでも教授も行く気満々みたいだし。
The professor flashed his white teeth at me.
それにクリスと約束したからさ。
I like how sort of seriously Okabe takes things as, you know, like he doesn't try to get out or find loopholes in things when he's made a promise to other people. Or it's probably one of my favorite traits of his character.
あなた本当に変わっているわ。
But even as she said it, she was smiling. I guess she decided to go to the party. Wait, what the
ダメ
fuck?
なんだよ、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。そんなことしちゃいけないんだ。
Huh? Wait, no. Hold on. I thought we were gonna get the Christmas party, and I was like, oh, you know what? Perfect time to stop. It wasn't a terrible. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing my mind. This game, what the hell? I was like, that would be the perfect time for me to like go on a break, and then, you know, we can resume on Monday. And now I feel like I can't stop. What is this? Kagari, what the heck? So we found Kagari, and she is a child? That looks like a kid Kagari, right? But this also looked like they were inside a time machine, not just like somewhere. But I thought we were looking for her. What is going on? Huh?
この世界を消すなんてダメだよ。絶対にやらせないから。
The heck? She shot her? There were bullet marks on the inside of the time machine. Suzuha traced them with her fingers and remembered what had happened here. That was the last time she had talked to Kagari. She'd never been able to find her after that.
鈴葉、どうしたん？ぼーっとして。もしかしてまだ体調悪い？
So when Kagari ran off, they had a huge fight.
え？
Suzuha looked back at her and saw her father, Itaru. He seemed worried. He was holding a bolt in his hand and offering it to her.
ああ、ごめん。大丈夫。
She nodded and took the bolt. They were on top of the radio kaikon, where a cold wind was blowing. A light was shining down on the rear of the time machine, where the engine was. Her head was inside as she did maintenance work. Itaru was wandering around in the background. Normally, she would never let him near the time machine, but today, he'd absolutely insisted on coming.
病み上がりの娘を心配しない親はいないっつーの。
Suzuha had spent the last several days unable to stand up because she hadn't taken care of herself. There was nothing she could say back to him.
なあ、時空間の転移とか重力制御とかヤバそうな装置は絶対にいじらないからさ。僕にも手伝わせてくんない？
ダメ。
機械のメンテなら多分鈴葉より僕の方が詳しいのだぜ。
それは分かってる。けどダメ。
Itaru slumped forward, dejected, but Suzuha had no intention of discussing it.
なあ鈴葉、今日はもう暗いしさ、寒いしさ、続きは明日にするべきだって。そろそろ帰ろう。
父さん一人で帰ればいい。私はまだやることがあるから。
今日もかがりたんを探すん？オカリンにも協力してもらえることになったんだからさ。鈴葉一人でそこまで無理しなくてもいいんじゃね？風邪治ったばっかりなんだし、しばらくはかがりたん探しはやめにすべき。
It's interesting that Suzuha's character here is somewhat like parallels with Okarin's character back in the original game before he started reaching out for help. Like they're both sort of hoisting the world on their shoulders, right? That made her a little mad.
それ、私に無断でオカリンおじさんに話してほしくはなかった。
Suzuha had told Itaru that she was spending every day looking for Kagari, but it was only later that she found out that he told Intaro. It wasn't a problem, but her relationship with Intaro was already a bit strained, and this only made it harder for her to ask him to get back in the time machine.
つうか、さっきからずいぶん苦戦してね。
締めにくい角度にボルトがあるんだ。
どれ？僕が変わるよ。それくらいならいいっしょ。
うん。
Suzuha pulled her head out of the time machine, of the engine unit.
顔中油だらけじゃん。せっかくの美人が台無しだ。
そういうことは母さんに言ってあげなよ。
それはハードル高すぎ。
Itaru stuck his face inside the machine and began to look around.
ああ、この構造だと多分こっちのパイプを後からはめたんだな。先にパイプを外すといいよ。パイプの中に冷却用の液体かなんかが通ってるはずだから、まずこっちのバルブを使って中を空にするわけ。
このマシンってメンテナンスのことをあんまり考慮に入れてないと思う。
まったくだお。すげえめんどくせえ。
Okay, I have no idea what that is. Oh, what a pain in the ass, maybe? That makes sense. Alright, epic. Net slang. In this context, it is used to mockingly acknowledge something someone did. For example, epic prank, bro. Epic job, dumbass. Or epic chunibyo, dude. Often interchangeable with nice or cool, e.g., nice chuni bro, or the particularly famous cool story, bro. Wapita, short for what a pain in the ass, yup. Okay.
作ったの誰だと思ってるわけ？
僕。
Itaru sighed and started to concentrate on his work. He did his job silently, twisting his massive body to the left and right. Watching him, Suzuha remembered her childhood. When she was younger, she loved watching her dad make the time machine.
父さん？
え？
私、最近なんだか自分でも自分が理解できなくなってきてさ。こんなこと考えるなんておかしいんだけど、この世界をなくしてしまって本当にいいのかなって。
Her mind flashed back to young Kagari's screams. You can't erase this world, huh? She'd never forgotten the look in Kagari's eyes, and she'd never been able to shake the feeling that they were watching her somehow.
私のミッションが成功するとさ、マキセ・クリスは死なずにシュタインズゲートへの門が開くんだ。
うん。
そしたら今のこの世界、父さんも母さんもまゆ姉さんもルミ姉さんもオカリンおじさんもみんななかったことになってしまう。
うん。
今の私が今の父さんに会ったこともなくなってしまう。
ん？これって告白シーン？セーブしとくべきとこ？
Daru. Suzuha said nothing and poked her dad's calves with her toes.
真面目な話をしてるんだ。今度ふざけたら蹴るよ。
迷ってるのか？まあ、そのなんだ。別にいいんじゃね？
え？
今が消えてもいいんじゃね？だってこの先人が大勢死ぬんだろ？そんなの嫌じゃん。
父さん。
鈴葉はいろいろと考えすぎだお。戦争なんて嫌だ。だから世界を変えるんだ。そのくらい単純でいいと違うん？
I wonder if it's because how Daru acts normally that I'm just like extra impressed when he is serious and somewhat wise.
つうかさ、僕戦争なんて行きたくないし、 鈴葉と違ってこんな人間だから戦場なんかに連れて行かれたら3日も持たないね。
Surprisingly, you lasted a very long time.
だらしないな。幻滅だよ。
Suzuha sighed, turned around, and started to walk away.
あれ、どこ行くん？
顔洗ってくる。油でベタベタだ。そのボルト閉めたらカバーも閉じておいてくれる？父さんの言う通り、今日はかがりを探すのはやめておくよ。
Oh.
お、それがいいよ。一緒に帰ろう。
うん。
Suzuha looked up at the moon, shining in a cloudy winter sky. She let out a puff of white breath. The white breath danced in the air for a moment, then disappeared into the cold.
父さん、
ん？
幻滅とか嘘だから。父さんは銃を持って戦争をする人じゃない。未来でもそうだった。いつも逃げ回るのが仕事。
ええ、未来の僕、ダメ人間すぐる。
けどそれでいいんだ。父さんには別の戦いがあるし、そのために私たちがついてるんだから。
鈴葉。
だから父さんこそ変に頑張ろうとしないで。日本は安全だなんて思い込みは捨てること。この前オカリンおじさんだって襲われたんだ。いつ父さんが標的になってもおかしくない。戦争前夜なんだよ、今はね。
For about 2 weeks now, someone had been watching Suzuha and the time machine. It was clear that some great power was on the move.
大きいどき。
Suzuha nodded, satisfied at Itaru's answer, and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Alright, you wonderful people. This is where I was trying to get to. Oh, my shoulders. I think we will start next time. We'll start on Monday with the Christmas party. I think that would be fun. But neat. Now we're in a timeline. It seems like everyone is on the move. But we'll have a little bit of fan service next stream to start with, and I think that will be it.